legitimate. It's an existential threat that they face, and I don't think any foreign influence, including from an ally such as the U.S., because let's be honest, we're opportunistic and transactional about this as well. And so I think for the long-term viability of Israel, I think it's in their best interest to not have any nation state influencing how they defend themselves.
Hey, Roger, I was going to mention Alex on stage. I'm not familiar with the person. He only had 12 followers, but they do have an Afghani room, so maybe they want to chime in here.
An Afghani room?
Yeah, they have an Afghan room. That's one of the rooms they're subscribed to, but they only have 12 followers, so I don't know if it's
what do they talk about? Like goats or opium?
I guess like Bachabazi boys and stuff. What's up, Alex? Welcome to the stage.
Thank you so much.
This is
hopefully everyone's good.
How do you
Look, if you've got something interesting to say, say it.
Like what?
Okay. All right.
About the state of Israel.
No, he failed the test. He failed the test. Look, if he's really eager to get... Look, when you fucking get up here and you unmute yourself, be ready to speak. You hear that people are talking. You see that I'm cranky about shit. Why don't you get up here and do the fucking long introductions? It's fucking boring.
Yeah, tell us if you love Jews or hate Jews. That's all we want to know.
No, how about this? How about we stop talking about it? Like, look, whether you love Jews, whether you hate Jews, the obsession with Jews is fucking weird. It's weird.
Well, no, he just came up during the conversation about Israel, so I assume...
I hear what you're saying, but you want to have the conversation. I'll entertain it to expose them, so then people could choose...
Yeah, that's what I like doing.
Because they're genocidal weirdos, but... You know, it's weird.
I love when they come up and they're like, "Fuck Israel, fuck Zionists, fuck them pigs." You know, I love it.
Did you?
Yeah, no, I don't love that at all.
Did you?
It shows everybody. So it shows.
Rich, I don't love that at all. And the fact that you love that is a little fucking weird. Well, we should. It is. Look, I'm not picking on you, Rich. I'm just saying that, like, if we want to ever get past this, you know what we're going to have to do? We're going to have to stop obsessing about the Jews. Why is it like you guys are all jealous of them? You go like some people hate them, some people are just envious of them, which is a different way to show your hate. And like, to just leave them be. Leave them be.
I understand what you're saying, but like when these people do, like you said, the exposure aspect. You know, when they do come up and they're like, "Well, I want to fucking kill all the Jews," like. Then people come around and they're like, "Oh shit, maybe I should look into this and like realize like the Jews aren't the bad guys here, and you know it's these fucking murderous demon pigs, you know, like the Muslims. That's all."
Hold on real quick. I don't want to have the same fucking conversation that we've had for the last 2 weeks. All it's going to do is make me angry, and then I run the risk of getting clipped or beheaded because I say that the Prophet Muhammad fucked a 9-year-old girl, and he's a fucking pedophile, and 2 billion people that worship this guy are a bunch of fucking creeps. See, I say these things, and you guys laugh when I say it. Eventually, you're going to get the news that Mojo's been beheaded, and then where are we at? Like, what did we get out of this? Well, like, I'm going to get beheaded.
You know what I thought about? He might come up and be like, "Actually, you know, I'm an atheist, and I think, like, I support Israel." So maybe there's hope.
Okay, can we change the subject before I get beheaded?
You know, I created a room earlier today called In the Muff, and it wouldn't let me create the room because it considered the word muff to be profanity. And
that is why all the words run together. That's the only way I was able to.
Oh, I see. Anyways, I just wanted to say I do find it amazing how long this room has been going, and also the fact that there are 1.2 thousand, chats. Like, that's a fucking, what a killer show today, dude. Unfucking believable.
So, Alex, you're back on stage.
Okay, thank you so much. I think you talking about the Israel, like early, the one gentleman, they asked a little bit of disrespect to Muhammad, but this is their own choice. Whenever I'm a Muslim, I respect every religions, every color, every.
Would you mind if I ask you a question? Would you mind if I ask you a question?
Of course, why not?
Okay, well, you said that you thought that was offensive. Is it true that Aisha made the claim that she was 6 years old when she married the Prophet, and she was 9 years old when he fucked her? Is that, like, am I making that up, or is that true?
Okay, no, like here is the actual thing when happen is difference. Here's the people when they think is different, because when we talking with the
Rich, I blame you for this.
Okay, yes, it's happened. That's correct. It's happened. That's fine. Totally, I'm agree with you. When we talking with the scholars, like the Islamic scholar who they have deep study on that one, we ask them, hey, how can possible to 9 girl goes to like 60 or 50 years, at that time. But they said, to these girls, God give you a strength. Like now is a girl over 18 is, allowed to do something. But at the times, God gave strength for this girl when she was 9 years old. Then for Muhammad, like as a wife at that time. But like most of people, they're thinking, 9 girl, like the 50, because this is like 1,000 years ago is happened. But still people, they is like a little bit for them is shock, everyone ask, especially with the like Muhammad in
So
Muslim society.
Alex, let's get to the point. Do you think she was old enough?
Okay, at that time, God
Do
gave
you think she was old enough?
Okay.
Yes or no?
No. Like from my perspective, right now, I'm saying not. But at that time, like 1,000 years ago, God gave you strength for this 9 years old girl. Because when we talking with the scholar, like before I mentioned, to who is deep studying in Islamic, we ask them, hey, how can possible like that 9 years old girl with the 50 or 60
Alex, we heard this already. You're repeating yourself, sir. What do you mean by God giving her strength? What does that mean to you?
Okay, Prophet Muhammad is a messenger from the God, God can do everything. We're not gonna say, okay, we not agree because God is fine this world. If we're talking about that, God can do that, God can do that. And that times, God, like when we heard from the scholars,
What does she need strength for?
Okay, strength that for the dating. At that time, like when she is like she is like accepted as a wife. When she was 9 years old.
Wow, this is
only I studied, but rest of I don't have like exactly information like before say why is happened that she is 9, she's perfect for that.
Alex, you know what? Look, I'm gonna just tell you shut the fuck up. And it's not because you're defending the pedophile. It's because this accent is driving me up my fucking wall. I cannot do this accent. Not one more fucking word of it. Can you please just chat? Just type out shit in English and just listen to people speak English. Maybe you'll get it down. Tomorrow you can try again. But right now, you are fucking killing me with this accent.
What the hell is going on? What's the matter about my pronunciation
Alex.
and my speech? What?
Sir,
Why
listen.
hate with my pronunciation?
Sir, listen to Necro here on stage. He speaks perfect English. I think you need to open your ears and listen to the world famous Necro. He's one of our best English speakers here in America.
Okay, English is not my native language, okay? English is not my native language. But English is your native language. Because this is not good to you say, okay, your pronunciation is not. Here is 100 people, they have different pronunciation, but you will be not say, your pronunciation is not like black people, they have own pronunciation, white people, they have own pronunciation. You cannot say like that kind of.
Hey, don't start talking about my people now. Don't start talking about my people. Just because, look, you got to get the English language down a little bit better to be able to participate. It's a stage. It's an audio app. We're trying to communicate in our native tongue. If I went to your room where you guys are fucking talking blah, 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 and I jump into that conversation, you're probably not going to like my American accent.
Who? I'm American. Who say I'm Americans? Who can tell me you are not American? Why you tell me like this? Why somebody told me like that?
Alex, what is the First Amendment of the U.S. Constitution?
Okay, I have American passport. I came to here 2016. I working for the U.S. Army 2008 to 2017. I service for these brave nations. How can possible somebody told me?
What did you do in the army? Were you a translator
Okay,
for ghosts?
yeah, 2008 to 2017. I did multiple job. I was a laborer. I was a mechanic. I was an interpreter. I done for 9 years job for this country. I'm injured 3 times, bomb blast. But now somebody told me, hey, you are not American, I'm American. No, I'm proud of I'm American. Nobody can tell me that, oh, you are not like that. This like discriminations.
Yeah, I don't know what he's saying.
So, Alex, which country is the best country in the whole world? Is it America?
Well, rather than America?
Yeah, what's your favorite country on the planet, Alex?
Okay. My eyes right now, the only best country without politician, like politician, blah, 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 blah. That's everybody.
No, hold on, Alex.
Yeah,
Alex.
for the freedom.
No, Alex. I'm going to reframe the question that was just asked to you. Do you believe that Israel is the greatest country on planet Earth?
Okay. Israel, like when they're fighting with Palestine, this is their own issue. But I respect them, if whenever they're doing anything. Especially, like I'm from Afghanistan. I have to be say like that. We not hate with We not hate with Israel. Why I hate with Israel? Israel not killed me. Israel not threat us in the whole country. Because Iran is my neighbor country. Iran kill us. Iran destroy my country. Especially when the war between happened, our whole Afghanistan, 50 million people.
I gotta say,
40,
I like him a little more.
Yeah, of course. 40 million people. Yeah, 40, the whole is 50 million population Afghanistan. 40 million
Alex, pause.
support Israel.
Alex, pause. You're winning back the audience. This is like Gladiator. You're winning over the crowd. Go ahead, continue.
Are you not entertained?
Okay. 40 million people, they like Israel. We especially, I prefer the Israel to kill them. Those motherfucker people, I'm sorry to use the words.
Yeah.
Because, Okay, Iran, okay. Iran.
Hold on. This is a big moment. Hold on. This is a big moment. Watch this, everybody. Just watch the screen. Watch the screen. Look at this. Look at the screen. Look at that. You earned your mod badge. Look at that.
Oh my God. Yeah, we love you, Alex. We're saying we love you, Alex.
I've never seen a transformation like this.
Okay, like what I'm saying,
Alex 2028.
Okay, what I'm saying, okay, like if I say, okay, Palestine is a Muslim, I'm a Muslim, I do that. Yes, that's fine. But over there, the fighting is not for the religion. The fighting for the benefits. Okay, if my brothers have a problem with the benefit with me, I'm gonna fight with my brother also, because everyone their own benefits. Over there, like most of time, the Muslim world, they're gonna do the blah 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 blah. Yeah, maybe sometimes the mistake Israel, blah 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 blah. It should be not do that. But at all, we not hate it. Yes, against Iran, we support Israel. And especially, I'm in America right now. In the another days, I was in another space. They told me, hey, why you support Israel, blah, 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 blah. I'm saying, if Israel, they have threat our country, they kill our country, like people, then I'm going to say, I hate you now. They didn't, But now, we
Alex,
support Israel.
could you maybe give us a compression or a summary, or what would you do if you were king of the world? What would you do for we the people?
For who people?
If you're the king of the world, what would you do to fix the world?
Okay. If I'm the king of that world, okay, yeah. I take China leaders, Russia leaders, American leaders, Xi Jinping, the another 5-6 leader I bring to the table. I tell them, what the hell is going on? What are you doing? Stop the war. Please, like, get the life like a brothers. Don't fight each other. If you fight each other, I'm sorry to say, I wanna kick ass everyone's. Why are you fighting each other? You
I
know,
like
like
this
say you blah 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 blah. Yeah, I
I
wanna
think
say
you
like
can lead
that.
the Democratic Party now. I think you could be the head of the Democratic Party if you run for office.
He said you should be the president, Alex. That's what he said.
Me, yeah, now is in Afghanistan. If I honestly tell you, a lot of things like I working with like before I mentioned, I know a lot of stuff is going on in Afghanistan. Most of American they don't know what they doing because now is Afghanistan suffering, bad than Palestinians because they brought Taliban. Taliban is a very bad people. They destroys everything. Even the women's they thinking like there's animals. Women they thinking this is only for a dating. Even
Alex.
they not respect as a woman.
Alex,
they thinking like.
Alex, I hate to interrupt. I want to ask you another question. Do you think a $2 trillion annual deficit, is too much debt? Do you think that America spending $7 trillion a year is too much money to spend?
In Afghanistan for the last 20 years?
No, in America. I'm saying, do you think that the United States government is borrowing and spending too much annually? Daily?
Okay, I will be talking in Afghanistan. I don't know about another things, okay? Because I came from
Fuck Afghanistan. You're American now.
He's in the Matrix. I like this guy. You're in the Matrix, Alex. You have no signal.
All right, hey, can we agree he's our favorite Muslim so far this week?
Yes, 100%.
It got off to a rocky start, but
okay. No. Once, okay. Brian, Afghanistan, my heart. When Brian hearts come together, they're gonna come straight, That will be like, hey, I don't like American. Why? I'm American proud of. But I'm not gonna say, oh, I'm from Afghanistan, but I don't like Afghanistan. This is lying. No. The strong things in the body. One thing, for the last 20 years.
Hey, Alex. Whew.
you lost.
You won us over, but I just want to caution you that the accent is still a problem for me, and so maybe like fewer words, shorter sentences. Maybe let other people talk a little bit. Yeah.
That last submission was rough, buddy.
Okay. I wanna say, for the last 20 years in Afghanistan, America plus NATO, they spent $1 trillion. But most of money, they not like for the corruptions. They not, for example, they give you from the top to the bottoms. They give you, for example, $100 million for one small room, for one small road. They will be corrupt. First of all, American donors. In the second, Afghani donors. Then come to the third is contractor. In the fourth one, there will be nothings. This is America spend money like a paper in Afghanistan.
Hold on. Listen, you've reached your word quota. We're gonna have to put you on a timeout for a bit. We're gonna get some other voices in here. We'll bring you back when it's time to.
We appreciate what you're saying.
Okay. Thank you.
We're not.
Okay.
We're not telling you can't participate. We want you to stay. We're just saying that there's some other people that have been waiting to speak, and we're gonna let them do that.
Okay. I gonna go. Thank you so much for that. First of all, misunderstanding. I'm not that kind of person.
Oh, you're great.
Yeah, Allah is my heart. Only for that one, yeah. I'm Muslim. You are another religion. I respect them, because sometimes back and forth, like you thinking, oh, this guy is Muslim. Maybe they hate with that. I'm not gonna hate in the world. I love world. I believe human being.
Okay, you're done with
Thank
words.
you.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, no, thank you, Alex. Come again.
Thank you so much.
Can I ask a question to Hekima?
If he's here.
Hekima, are you here? Can I ask you a question? It's about minimum basic income or universal basic income. I'm wondering what your thoughts might be on the topic.
You ask me or somebody else?
Someone else.
Okay, look, Alex is our friend. He's our new friend. Don't bring him back up, though. He's used too many words. So he can come back tomorrow. He'll have more credit tomorrow to use. Hakeem, are you there? Or are you asleep?
And when I say UBI, you could also call it reparations. And if you think that they'd be two separate federal programs, funded by two separate agencies, I mean, please let me know. If there's anybody else in the room here, like Necro, young Necro here, what do you think about a universal basic income, versus maybe reparations or combining it in a grand omnibus bill? What do you think, Dr. Necro?
Oh, I mean, I'm all for it. In fact, I actually think it would be vastly superior to the welfare state. I mean, I would replace it with the welfare state any day of the week.
What do you mean you would replace it with the welfare state? Can you give us a little more elaboration? Thank you, Dr. Necro.
I think he meant the opposite of that. He would replace the welfare state with UBI.
Yeah.
Got it. So you believe in infinite debt. You don't think that the fiat currency system has limits and that we should just continue to borrow and spend, with no regard to debt?
I mean, I think that simply we're not going to have a functioning economy in the future because of, technology replacing a lot of the work that we have. So, I mean, it would be better than, people not, being put out of work and having no money to spend.
So do you think eventually there will be clubhouse rooms with just AI chatbots chatting with each other and there won't even be humans chatting on a social audio chat app anymore?
No, it's not work. It's just that, it's just the finding work will be, put out because of jobs in the future.
No, what I'm trying to say is that the future economy clearly is going to be people sitting in social audio chat app rooms with their fingers up their butt, thinking they're doing work, but they're actually not doing anything. And therefore, they'll have to be replaced by AI chatbots to come into rooms to chat about nothing. What do you think about that, Dr. Necro?
I mean, that kind of describes a lot of people who I would think are pretty rich, but in general, it's probably something a lot of people have speculated, not to demean Mojo in any way, have speculated that he gets paid to do what he does in many ways with all the time he has to be on Clubhouse.
People have speculated that Dr. Mojo gets paid to come on here to have casual conversations about economic topics, political topics, and movies for, why? Who would pay him to come here to use a social audio chat app? What a ridiculous thing to say, Dr. Necro.
I mean, who pays YouTube to have people just do mukbang videos? I mean,
okay, but to think that Mojo here is getting paid to do this as opposed to being here because he finds it fun and interesting and worthy of his time. I mean, do you think? I mean, you can ask him, Dr. Mojo. Do you get paid to run to run your Mojo? Clearly, that's a no, Necro.
I do, but I have a Jewish agent.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I believe he does have an actual job that's not just being on Clubhouse, dealing with idiots, or maybe he does deal with idiots just not on Clubhouse. That's his job. But in general, I would say that if you want to talk about what is functional, technically whatever brings in money is what is something that...
Okay, we got it, Necro. Necro, what do you think your positions are in most contrast with Mojo's? Just give it 3 quick sentences. What do you think you and Mojo conflict the most about?
It's interesting. He asked me a question the other day whether I would choose between putting in a minimum wage into law and a maximum wage into law, and I said maximum wage because I think in general that having some of people who own more wealth than the bottom few is diminishes other people's opportunities in many ways. But
Okay, that's one contrast. Give us a second, opinion on what you and Mojo you think conflict or create the most friction about.
Well, I think it's interesting. We butted heads about healthcare. I think though we don't disagree though in many ways. I think he might agree with me that healthcare in the United States to some extent does suck. I think we might just disagree about the solution and about how to fix it, which is where the right and the left clash. And it really is like the debate about whether healthcare is a human right.
Okay, so income and government healthcare. What's your number 3, Dr. Necro?
I think it might. Yeah, it's interesting. I guess maybe what was the reason why the drug wars was initiated.
So you think that there's a different reason on why the drug wars were initiated?
Or maybe, maybe not necessarily disagreement, but essentially what was one of the motivations, because I think it was partially motivated by racism.
I knew you were going to get to racism sooner or later. I just needed to prove it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Necro, can you explain this racism angle?
Yeah, so basically, I think really just in general, the fact that the drug wars was initiated, what was it? Around
1971.
Sorry, what?
1971.
Yeah, and so basically you had, Richard Nixon, of course, his greatest opponents were hippies and also just anyone who was in the minority, not just black people, but in general, it was like black people were like the greatest in minorities, people who were poor. And so it was kind of a part of the Southern strategy was implementing colorblind racist policies. And since African Americans were in poverty, targeting the drug wars was a way in which they could get the racist vote.
Necro, do you identify all humans by their, color and appearance, or as an American, do you ever refer to people in America just as Americans?
Yeah, to me, it's one of the things that I agree with Ron Paul. Ron Paul's asked how he would address, Arabs for liberty, and he said, why would I be different? It's like, that's kind of the way, I think.
I can't understand what you just said about Ron Paul and this Arab Liberty Party.
My point is I would like to move beyond race. The fact is just essentially people are treated differently based on their color, even if it's not intentional.
Got it. But you don't see that there's a political racial identity politic to even what you're doing right now by bringing up, race in the drug war. I agree with you that I think the fact that, my own father has arrested thousands of people for smoking cannabis, or hundreds of people. I don't know how many exactly, but, as a cop in the 80s or 70s, I can't believe that they would take a cigarette smoker and here, have all the cigarettes you want. You can buy them here everywhere. But if you're going to smoke a different leaf product, we're putting you in jail. That to me is so insane that the government even got away with it, that they can, imprison you for smoking a different type of cigarette. That to me is, there should be a Holocaust museum for cannabis smokers in this country.
Yeah, I mean, just in general, it's like, it's definitely up there with redlining, but of course, I mean, yeah, it doesn't surprise me that, in general, it's like, is it a coincidence that, gang violence, spiked up along when the drug wars was declared?
Mojo, what do you think about cannabis imprisonment and American history with regards to cannabis legalization and or prosecution of cannabis users?
I think the United States has always been retarded. We could talk about the hypocrisy in which drugs we allow to be legal, which ones we schedule to be really just the scourge of the earth. And it's comical to me, especially when you consider that the prohibition of alcohol lasted 12 and a half years, and we learned nothing. The prohibition of alcohol should have been a lesson to say, if it's something that people want to do, even if there's some negative externalities from doing it, doesn't mean that the best solution is to prohibit people from doing it. And the war on drugs is now over 50 years old, and I would argue that ending the war on drugs would be the single best thing that we could do to reduce violent crime. I'm not 100% convinced that usage would go down, but I'm more worried about the violent crime that's associated with it, because when you make something illegal and you can't go into a courtroom to adjudicate differences, you have to have your own system of justice. And this is why every street corner in Baltimore or Chicago where dope is sold is a potential war zone. If you're selling dope on the wrong corner, there's going to be somebody to tell you that that's a no-no. And not to mention how it gives birth to the cartels. Street gangs and cartels are direct creation of the prohibition of drugs in this country.
Yeah, I mean, just in general, it's like, I mean, the law of supply and demand still applies, I mean, to, drugs. And so, I mean, people will, do it through the black market pretty much, if they want to do it. So, I mean, that's the way it was, with prohibition.
But Necro,
I mean, my solution to the drug wars is legalize, but tax drugs.
Listen, I mean,
But look what happened to the cannabis industry in California. They overtaxed that, and now they brought the black market back.
Well,
and human trafficking to support the growing labor.
Don't you think though that all these other narcotics outside of just cannabis and alcohol are extras, and if you're going to recreationally utilize these powders or other substances, and you see the disastrous effect of these people on the street just hunched over zombie states, like that kind of shit is not cool. I mean, I got a person living on my street corner right now, and I'm thinking, like, how long is that person going to be there? And, how can I even help that person? It's very difficult to help homeless people. I don't know if anybody here has ever actually gone to the effort to help some random homeless person on the street, but it's not easy, and it's a little bit like coming to a clown house room with somebody who is easily agitated, extremely emotional. It's anyways, my point is, cannabis dispensaries, in my opinion, are great advancements in our American liberty, but a lot of these other drugs are not useful as chemical additives to the human body, and I think if you just like Mojo said, it is correct about the street cartels, and it is because of prohibition. But I don't know how you create dispensaries or pharmacies that allow people to access that type of drug for absolutely no reason other than to be hunched over in a street, in filth. Like, I don't know how you control it all.
Yeah, I mean, just in general, it's like, I mean, like, the drug wars, I mean, like, Mojo mentioned violence. It's like, to me, the main reason I think the drug war is bad because it's like, it has only increased crime in states, and like, it's only been shown that when you legalize things like marijuana, crime surprisingly also drops in those states.
Hey, Roger, you there?
Somewhat.
Oh, okay, cool. Hey, do you know Drew or no? I was going to mention, if you don't know Drew has 21 rooms of wrestling, so you might have a common interest. I don't know if you don't know him or not.
Drew, who's your favorite wrestler?
My favorite, Cody Rhodes.
That's your favorite current wrestler?
I mean, for right now, but I know, God bless Hulk Hogan. I know he was one of my favorite legend wrestlers from the 80s.
I met Hulk Hogan at a trade show called, it was like it was a Martech thing, but it was like for the direct mailing response advertising industry, and he had this hosting company that they put his name to. It was called Hostomania or Hulka Hostomania. Anyways, I took guitar lessons with a guy that he was in a band with, and when I told him that I took lessons from this guy, he immediately wanted to, get my number and get my former guitar instructor's number so he
Was
could.
that in Tampa?
The trade show? It could have been in San Francisco.
No, I'm saying the band.
Probably, but my guitar instructor was here in Chicago, but he told me that he played in a band with Hulk Hogan, aka Terry Bollea. So, anyways, I'm just saying Hulk Hogan was, really, really kind and nice. And
So, Roger, I was gonna ask, maybe you could find out if Drew's a serious fan. What would a question that only a true fan of wrestling would be? What would be the perfect question?
Name the top 3 best wrestlers. Yeah, and they should be pretty easy. It should be pretty easy.
No, hold on. That's opinionated. You asked
Hulk Hogan.
Oh, hold on. If you really want to answer this question, if you want to ask a question that's going to get to the heart of whether somebody loves wrestling or not, is you don't ask about who their favorite wrestler is. You ask for the favorite match of their favorite wrestler. So, if you were to, it's easy for somebody to say that they like Cody Rhodes, but if you asked them what's your favorite Cody Rhodes match, this will reveal a lot.
But look, though, I'm not saying your favorite. I said
Tony, the question wasn't for you.
I said the best, right? So I'm going off the total amount of wins,
Hulk
right?
Hogan versus Rock Johnson.
And I feel like if you don't know,
Tony, put the old English down, put the new part down. It'll be your turn.
oh, English, nigga, I don't drink. Fuck liquor.
Okay, all right. Drew. So what's your favorite Cody Rhodes match?
My favorite.
Cody Rhodes versus Logan Paul.
I love the one when he became the Universal Champion. That was my favorite one ever of that WrestleMania.
So my favorite Cody Rhodes match was when, before AEW started, him, Kenny Omega, and the Young Bucks, they put on a show, an independent show, sold out 10,000 tickets almost overnight, and the match that he had was he had just left WWE after the Stardust debacle, and he was wrestling for the NWA heavyweight title, which the NWA is now owned by Billy Corgan, the lead singer from the Smashing Pumpkins, and he wrestled Nick Aldis for the title, and he won the NWA title from Nick Aldis. That was my favorite.
Mojo, you sound like you slept with Vince McMahon.
You sound like you sleep.
And you slept with that old skeezer.
Yeah.
Wow.
Did we find out who's sexier? What's going on?
This must be Hakeem's friend.
Nah, since you assume I was drinking, I assume your daddy molested you. Yeah.
I'm not Muslim.
Roger, who's blacker, you or Tony?
Yeah. Hey, listen, Mojo, you better watch it, nigga. I'm a fucking bombing room, nigga.
You're gonna do what? You're gonna do what?
You heard what I said, nigga. I'm a bomb in this bitch.
You're a bum in this bitch?
I'm a bomb, nigga, ready to detonate. Fuck wrong with you?
Listen, cuz, I don't know who the fuck you think you are, but...
Nah, you heard what I said. I said your dad molested you. I said your dad molested you, bitch ass nigga. Your dad molested you, faggot. Faggot ass nigga. Your dad molested you, faggot.
Yeah.
Yeah, he did. It wasn't funny when he was playing in your ass, though, was it? It wasn't fun, was it? Nah, it wasn't fun when he was playing in that ass, bitch ass nigga.
Yeah, this is.
Did your dad do something?
Nah, it wasn't fun when he was playing in your ass, bitch ass nigga. It wasn't fun. It wasn't.
Just yell.
It wasn't fun. You.
No, listen, you can't just yell. That's not fun. If you wanna talk, like, I'm happy to hear your insults. If you have some game to spit, but you can't just yell. That's not good content.
You know, Mojo, a couple days ago you were saying, "Who hurt you? Who hurt you?" And I think that was a
Stop
perfect.
censoring Tony. Mojo is censoring Tony.
Yeah, I want to ask Tony a question. I'm gonna bring him back up here.
Yeah, don't censor my boy. And Cody
Yeah,
Cook versus Logan
yeah,
Paul's the greatest
yeah.
match of all time. Fuck all of you.
Okay. Anyways, I'm gonna bring Tony back up, and I want to talk to him in depth about the treatment that he has for sickle cell. Let me see what the fuck he's got to say.
What's the treatment for getting molested, faggot?
Okay. Sickle cell. Tell me about it.
Yeah. What's the treatment to get molested, Mojo? Faggot ass nigga.
Yeah.
We'd have to
Tony.
ask your mother.
Like, Tony, you're also mistaken because...
Yeah, you still dealing with childhood trauma, you faggot. Shake that asshole out, nigga. Your dad been in it. Faggot ass nigga.
Tony, like, you're so mistaken because Mojo's not a faggot. Like,
He a faggot. You goddamn right he a faggot.
Hold on, guys.
You're goddamn right.
Hold on.
And he can't prove that he not a faggot.
I think this could be fun if you would
That's why I
just
brought him
settle.
up.
Hold on. This could be fun if you would just settle down a little bit. We could have a lot of fun, actually.
Can you
You
imagine?
just can't continue to yell.
Can you
That's
imagine
not gonna
that there will be an AI chatbot to replace, Tony at some point? Like, that personality shouldn't be lost to time.
That is true.
If you had to guess, what do you think that guy does for a living?
I would say probably collects benefits or works a meaningless, menial job. Like, works at a gas station or something. Yeah, probably not at a gas station because he can't interact with people. Some type of labor-intensive work.
Yeah.
I bet money he's white.
Really? Let me look at his profile. Does he have anything?
Well,
in
he
here?
gave that
Tony
away.
the King?
probably...
Jimmy.
The over urban sounding.
No way. I think that's
aggressively
authentic.
Urban. There's a couple guys, they do the accent and they act out, and they're like white 15-year-old kids.
No way, dude.
That
This
trolls.
one's way too
That was
authentic.
100% a 35 to 40-year-old black guy.
Yeah, that's not
Nah,
some
nothing.
16-year-old
I
white
don't-
kid doing
I don't
that
think,
voice.
I don't think. You see, the thing that confuses me is someone that's 35 years old, black, and that retarded. I doubt can pay their electricity or their cell phone bill.
No.
So they can
I mean,
access the sound.
you gotta understand,
Phones.
he is road raging when he comes on stage here. That's his dopamine creation. But the theory is, if all communication is projection, he's using Mojo as his, sacrificial goat to project all of his trauma. Don't you see, Jimmy, what's happening here?
At 2:14 a.m., I doubt it. See, not someone that retarded.
No, bring him back up. And I
have you
think
come
if you
across the
listen
black
closely,
retards?
I think if you listen closely, you will actually hear a man projecting years and years of personal trauma onto Mojo. That's my opinion.
My opinion, 2:15 a.m., a black retard, no cell phone.
No, you gotta understand what is happening at 2:15 a.m. in this man's world. He's on his fourth glass of Hennessy and Courvoisier on the rocks. Jimmy, this is a man's entire soul literally letting go and giving up what his entire being is at 2:15 in the morning. That's what's happening here, Jimmy.
He should be doing crack, trying to find crack. I don't know. It just doesn't seem like going on Clubhouse to.
This is free dopamine, Jimmy. What don't you understand? The cost to get the dopamine from this app is next to nothing. So that's what he's doing, Jimmy. It's extreme.
It's nowhere near as much dopamine as crack. I mean, have you seen Hunter Biden's interview?
Were you listening to what he was saying? He's literally talking about how his father pillaged his asshole, and he's screaming that onto Mojo. That's a powerful dopamine creation statement to make, Jimmy.
Yeah, he definitely was projecting. Because that was a little bit of a Freudian thing there.
Yeah, no, he kind of reminded me of a guy I remember named G-Man. He was a Christian who defended slavery. It was,
Look at Necro trying to bring the conversation around to Christianity and slavery.
You can't be a Christian and defend
So
slavery.
subtle, Necro.
Yeah, and I know, Rich, you have a problem with me talking about...
Oh, no, I was actually just going to ask, does anybody think that Connie looks like Priscilla Chen, Mark Zuckerberg's wife? I always think that when I see her down there, I'm like, it looks like Mark Zuckerberg's wife.
Yeah. Well, I know that you have issues whenever I talk about Christianity.
Oh, no, I was actually just ignoring it. I was just messing with you. It was just your subtleness.
I mean, you felt
an issue with Christianity?
So you
got an issue with it? What's going on?
Let me ask a question.
Necros.
I just have issues with
fuck Necro.
Who defend slavery.
So let's bring up something more modern like Facebook and Mark
Jimmy,
Zuckerberg.
I agree with that in the way I troll Necros by calling him necrophilia.
So Mark Zuckerberg has said that you can now have super intelligence, aka his Meta, AI chatbot. My question is super intelligence just a code word for super surveillance?
I don't know. That's what concerns me about people like Peter Thiel, who want to create a surveillance state.
See, it's really an ad economy, though. So it's the same thing as Alexa and everything else. Your cell phone's constant listening. If I talk about a roof repair, I need a roof repair, I'm going to see roof repair ads tomorrow across my 50 different cellular devices.
Wait, I got a question. What happened to Alex? Did he leave or did somebody kick him? I went and took a phone call and then I come back and he was gone.
No, Alex, he went down to the go.
I would like to know what your thoughts are as a MAGA. What are your thoughts on people like billionaires like Jeff, or what's his name, Musk, and well, I guess he's not really a part of it anymore, but people like Peter Thiel being one of the greatest donors to Donald Trump. I mean, do you think that Peter Thiel represents, most of the people in MAGA?
I think Peter Thiel is a very sensuous man. He is an elite homosexual who has incredible gay sex with elite men. And as a straight heterosexual Christian Republican fiscally prudent person, I don't think spending billions upon hundreds of billions of dollars to give to Palantir to create a new third-party surveillance
state. The only thing you were there, John, is conservative in those things you named.
I'm just saying that Peter Thiel, when I see him, he gives me cooties, or I get like a little nervous. He doesn't seem to me like the kind of guy that I want to go to an island with to have a great weekend in a lap of luxury. Because, I'm living in my mom's basement drinking Miller High Life, smoking weed and running for Congress. I'm not on an incredible island surrounded by naked men and software developers in India. Like, I'm not running that kind of business here. But to answer your question succinctly, Necro, and I will land this plane. All I can say is that if Peter Thiel is interested in contributing to the campaign to elect John Kitover, just go to johnforcongress.com, Dr. Thiel. Thank you very little.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the reason I asked is because to me, I just wonder about if MAGA is concerned about, Americans' lives being, made better. I just wonder, would you ever trust that a billionaire has the same concerns that you do, necessarily? So that's really the only thing I think really.
Listen, Necro, I don't know how many
cool.
bankers you know, but there are a lot of patriotic bankers that, though they make great money, they don't throw their money around and waste it. Most people die and never even spend their fucking money. So people who rip on rich people and billionaires who are still fiscally prudent and conservative in their lifestyles, and they're patriotic. There's a lot of malignant people that want to lump all wealthy people together, but there are great wealthy people out there, and I hope maybe you meet some of them sometime, because they're not all about their money.
But do you see a difference between somebody who has, who's wealthy and somebody who has $1 billion?
Yeah, but people that have $1 billion are still gonna die, dude. You're born penniless, you die penniless, and really it's about your personality and whether or not you can find peace in your life. There's a lot of crazy rich billionaire people who are very neurotic and will never be happy, and they didn't have a traditional lifestyle. People like Peter Thiel. Maybe if you're an elite super gay person, you can adopt babies and suckle them at your nipples with your gay lover. I don't know. It's not my cup of tea, Necro. I know you've made love to trans people, and maybe you regret it, maybe you don't, but I hope you find a beautiful woman.
That is the truest thing you've
I
ever
hope
said on
you
this
find
stage.
a great
John.
income, Necro. I hope your life is traditional. I pray for you.
That's another thing I've always wondered. I've heard that because I've been attracted to trans women that are homosexuals. But I would like to know if I'm attracted.
Well, it does make you homosexual.
If I'm attracted to trans men, am I homosexual?
No, that would make you a straight man that has a fetish for women that like dressing like men.
Okay. Well, I guess that's consistent.
Yeah, I mean, if it's a biological male that you're attracted to, then yeah, it makes you homosexual.
Yeah, that's fine.
Did we figure that out?
No, I mean,
work it out. Sorry.
It's consistent. I mean, but yeah, I understand. I mean, I do think it's weird that essentially any person that Republicans have obsession with people's sexuality.
Oh no, we don't care what you do. We just want to use like the correct terminologies and definitions. Like, yeah, if you're attracted to someone who's biologically male, then that makes you homosexual.
Even though I'm attracted to female features.
Okay, then maybe you're bi.
Necro, I'm literally just roasting you because I think that this is a roast app, and I am self-deprecating, and I do not mind insults, but I love flattery.
Yeah, John has the LGBTQAARP flag hanging up in his house, so he's okay with you, Necro.
That's a yoga chakra thing. See, I think gay people, or what we call gay conceptually, they have co-opted the beautiful rainbow. And, I have that chakra thing. I want to take the rainbow back and claim it as a peace symbol as opposed to an LGBTQ propaganda symbol.
Roger, I just got a question for Roger. You still awake or not?
Yeah.
Did you ever think in a million years that John Kitover would be on your stage every day for like a week now?
No, it's not the first time we've talked. I mean, like, I've always...
Well, yeah, but he usually comes up for like a few minutes,
I feel like you're new to Clubhouse, Rich.
No, I've been here like 4 years.
Like, I feel like I have more history. You know what it is? I feel like, in some weird way, John and I have been connected since I first got on this app. But he played a villain. This is how I like to think of it.
He was your kingpin.
No, we'll go back to comic books. It's more like we're both mutants, and like I've got more of the Xavier thing, and he's got a little bit of the Magneto thing. And then, sometimes there's things that are going on where the mutants need to team up. So that's the phase we're going through.
I think that's great because what's interesting about Xavier and Magneto's relationship is they're kind of opposites in their powers, but they need each other to amplify and magnify their powers.
Let me ask you this, John. Do you think that the election, if you were to outperform people's expectations, would you take politics more serious, or is this just like something that you're doing that would help advance some of the other things you're interested in doing?
I think it's just like killing two birds with one stone. But I mean, in terms of like taking it more seriously, yes. I mean, I actually do need to like shut down what I'm doing and focus specifically on the campaign. And tomorrow is the first of the month. So as far as or is tomorrow the 31st? Yeah, today it's the 31st. Anyways, the point is, I think I can, outperform what is possible. I mean, I'm gonna go to the top 10 cities pretty soon, and just go to business locations in those top 10 towns in the district and start filming conversations with local residents, or try to find people on Craigslist to do those interviews. But I think getting the communication aspect and doing publishing. I mean, even if I don't win, I'll be making movies out of this. So to me, it's a win-win. It is killing two birds with one stone.
Do you plan on pushing yourself into the debates?
Well, another congressman that I know that ran, in a similar district, he got one debate against this guy Raja Krishnamurti, and it's done by like a local news source. So I want to hire or get Scott Jones to reach out, or I will reach out to the Democratic candidates running against the incumbent Republican Darren LaHood, and do debates with the Democrat candidates, and then hopefully get a debate with the incumbent Darren LaHood.
What do you think is an issue that you have a unique spin on that you think would be popular amongst the likely voters?
To me, if I just analyze my own life, it's property taxes and income taxes that I'm most concerned with, and then all the hidden taxes, the water, the sewer, the garbage. It's just too draining. And you had a former young speaker on here, a young woman. Even though she's making great money, she can't live within her means. So I think the education system is just a cartel. 65% of our property taxes going to these teachers and their unions to teach our kids fucking nothing. Meanwhile, these children are addicted to their cell phones. We have to stop borrowing and spending. Not many people know what the word borrowing means. That means spending money you don't have. What we are doing is so insane, and the craziest thing to me is that it works. But I think that if people aren't really focused even on their education, and the teachers suck, I mean, we're just lying to ourselves, and we're all a bunch of hypocrites, maybe.
The part that I can't figure out is when it comes to untying the thoughts that people have in their head about how government should work. They start with things like the government should do this, the government should do that. And I would love to figure out a way to just introduce the thought process of the government should not do this. The government should not do that. If we could just simply get people to think that way, I think everything from taxation to, fucking drug laws, you name it, I think it would be much easier to get people to come around to a more common sense approach to what government should and shouldn't be doing if we could just get them to think through the lens of what government should not do.
Do you ever think that like everything is bitted up, meaning that everything in reality is completely organized and essentially underneath the control of someone or some collective organization? And so because everything is completely hyper organized, meaning that like that's the human tendency. But if we wanted real freedom in the way that the founders intended it, we wouldn't have allowed all of these insane organizational agencies. I mean, literally the IRS and the entire accounting industrial complex, it's such a huge waste of money and time. There's just huge sectors of the economy which really shouldn't even exist. They're totally artificial. And like you said earlier about import duties and these taxes, it's to protect disorganization, or to allow organizations to continue to profit by essentially monopolization, or some other function to that matter. So I just think it's because it's 2025 and everything is so hyper organized. It is one giant fucking system where you can't step out of it. I mean, you are bagged and tagged at birth with that social security system number, and from the baby ward to the crematorium, your entire life, even when you die, I mean, it completely gets reorganized and reviewed. So it is a huge mousetrap, and part of me likes to think that there's not a speck of dust out of place in the whole universe, and that the resistance to the system is a you problem. But I just know that the biggest problem, or what I could offer to the constituents, is an alternative approach to the spending. Because Medicare, Medicaid at $2 trillion, that's a lot of money to take away, that through more organization, or cutting out the fat, or cutting out the waste and abuse and the fraud. I mean, that could save $500 billion a year. That's an insane amount of money that you could gut from that and still have the same productive output and same outcomes. But you would get administrative and salary expense decreases. Doctors would take 20% pay cuts. So, welcome to the reality of fiscal prudence and forensic accounting, because you can't just theoretically keep borrowing. No one here in their own personal lives would do that, because it's irresponsible, and you'd have to eventually declare bankruptcy. But maybe the government has this Frankenstein superpower that it never does declare bankruptcy, because it's the government and it's super normal. It's not you and me. So it has a special set of rules that we can never achieve, because it's conceptual. Anyways, those are my thoughts and opinions.
Have you thought about going to local Chamber of Commerce meetings?
Well, the local Chamber of Commerces in my immediate area are all controlled by a liberal LGBTQ psychopaths. And I actually don't mind dating liberals, and I don't mind meeting with liberals, because just like you said earlier about, Magneto and Professor Xavier, the pairing of opposites really does get you to a silver lining, because even if you're a far right conservative, it's the far right liberal that does the cake for dessert, meaning that we all need each other, even though we may find each other to be very obnoxious. But no, I haven't been going to local ones. See, I don't live in the district. I live in Chicago. This district is in the central corridor of Illinois. And this is going to be a multiple hour, drives out to these areas. And I'm going to do a lot of organizing off of Craigslist. And I want to meet, political activists. I don't care if they're on the left or the right, but I need people on the ground getting signatures starting August 1st.
Yeah. So the activists is interesting because those are the people that are like, you want them to be kind of radical and be aligned with even just one issue that you care about, because then they'll go out there and passionately pound the pavement. But the other thing that's interesting that would get you some buzz is if you started figuring out who the real players are. Like, obviously you would know that, like, unions are powerful. If you can set up meetings to talk to union leaders, you can even not support unions if that's your position. I don't know, but meeting with the powerful people and just simply tell them that what you're interested in doing as a candidate is setting up a meeting so you could listen to them. Say, I don't even want to pitch you on my ideas. I just want to listen to what's important to you. They're going to ask you anyways what your positions are. But if you can ask them a bunch of questions, figure out what's important to them, and just connect with them on a human level, if they ever have a bone to pick with the candidate that you're running against, then they will use you. And that's the thing that I think people forget about politics, is that there's powerful people that represent voting blocks. Union leaders are great at this, other activist groups. But I would talk to everyone. You never know who could become an ally and for what reason they will ally with you. I have a friend that got elected to a city council. He first ran as he first ran as a libertarian, and he got like virtually no votes. And then he just kind of hung out and made friends with some people that were somewhat influential in the community, and he got assigned to a position on a committee. And then he made a couple of friends there. And then there was a woman that pissed everybody off on the council, and they were trying to figure out somebody that they could work with that wasn't a threat to them. And when the woman was up for re-election, basically they basically groomed my buddy to be able to win an election simply because they didn't like the alternative. And so if you could just show up and not be the worst person, circumstances could lead you. And I know that you've got other motives here too, like just filming it and just kind of maybe talking some shit and being out there being provocative. But if you go out there and just talk to people, like just literally just look for an opportunity, I wouldn't even like overthink what the opportunity is. Just make a list of who are the most powerful people in terms of the influence they have over voters. And if you could just get meetings with them, whether it's over coffee or whatever it might be, you'll be surprised the kind of doors that opens. Because they'll plant ideas in your head that you and I could never come up with in a million years, because they know people. And what they may do is they may just say, hey, I know who you need to talk to. They could be the introduction to somebody that agrees with you 100% on one or two issues, that has deep pockets and might want to, fund you or do some sort of project. Maybe running for office is not the thing. Maybe somebody else sees what you're doing, like, artistically, and agrees with what you're saying and wants to, like, find a way to platform these ideas in a way that could inspire other people that might be, no offense, more electable. And then you could be the guy that that lights the match, and then somebody else comes in and takes the credit. Kind of like the way Barry Goldwater was, Barry Goldwater had ideas, but then you have like Ronald Reagan that comes in and like kind of put a face on it. I think if you took this just a little bit serious, I think you'd be surprised of the doors that you could open, because fresh ideas, people want to talk. Reporters will talk to you. People that have influence will talk to you, especially if they think that there's a snowball chance in hell that someday, somewhere along the line, that you might be the guy. Like, if you can convince them that you're serious about this, people will want to meet with you just in case you have power someday.
And on that note, I just popped in to tell you happy belated birthday. I tried to get to you to tell you the other day, but happy birthday.
Yeah, I agree with you on what you said, and I think that communication outreach and finding out a list of 100 people to call, to get meetings with, to send emails to just because I'm gonna ask them if I can record the conversation as a podcast. So if they don't let me or they don't want to, well then I'd still like to talk with them. But part of this whole thing is to try to document it. And I think Thomas Massey, and what he's put out about, I don't know if you saw the Theo Von podcast interview, but he really goes into detail about what it's like serving in Congress. And most Americans have absolutely no idea how the entire, capital formation and capital flow process happens, from lobbyist to congressman, and congressman to, or congressperson to constituent. And as a constituent, I mean, has anyone in this room ever had a direct impact from voting for a congressperson and what that meant for funding for something in their immediate life? Anyone? Anyone?
Am I audible? Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Somebody you might want to talk to, I'm not sure if you're familiar with, if you talk to him on this app, but Stephen Bader, because of the work that he's done with Republican Liberty Caucus, he knows Thomas Massey. In fact, Thomas Massey was on a Twitter space where we were doing a fundraiser. There's a mutual friend of Stephen and I that was doing the fundraiser for Congressman Chip Roy, and Thomas Massey comes in, and Stephen asked a question, and Thomas Massey goes, "Oh, Stephen, it's been a while. I remember our talks. You like." It was basically like on Twitter Space talking about how they would have these long, hour-long talks while Thomas Massey was campaigning and talking strategy, and because Stephen Bader was involved in a volunteer community, and so he's a known quantity. Like Thomas Massey knows who Stephen Bader is, and if you have anything that you think that would be in alignment with this. With someone like Thomas Massey, Stephen Bader is somebody that could literally introduce you to him and his team.
Well, if you go on YouTube and you type in Stephen Bader, you're going to see a lot of my videos, and I don't think Stephen Bader is a fan of my artwork.
Yeah, but you could change that. I mean, it's all situational.
No. Stephen Bader hates my guts. He is not a friend to the campaign to elect John Kitover. But his videos get views. Like I put up one recently called Stephen Bader Dating Advice, where he went on for, quite a while about how men are pigs and they don't know how to treat women. And this is how, you get a woman. And it got a lot of views. The Stephen Bader Dating Advice, if you go to YouTube, I could put it in the chat. But, it's got almost 1,000 views now. And I like Stephen Bader. I think he's a very nice, pleasant person to talk to. But, anyways, I'm gonna create.
He actually in the volunteer community. This is what I would say: get somebody that's a mutual friend to reach out to Stephen and just say, "Hey, John Kitover is serious about running and would welcome your advice." I think that type of approach. I think he would. He loves talking about this shit. He lives this shit.
No, I was in an extra.
I invited. Aw, dang it! I invited him in. I was gonna get him on stage.
I was in an X room with him like a couple weeks ago, and he goes, "Oh my God, kick him! He dances naked on camera. Kick him now! He had like a meltdown knowing that I was in the room, and so did Andrew Meyer, as he continues to have his KB little rooms. And but I don't know. See, these people do not talk about controversial topics. I mean, Stephen Bader will never discuss 9/11, the Federal Reserve, COVID-19, the JFK assassination, or anything of any kind of interest that perks up the ears. And that's fine. I mean, I know what you're talking. I mean, talking about marketing and political campaign strategy to win. I think, but your original advice about just requesting listening meetings with unions or major corporations would be interesting and fun. But anyways, it's a lot of work. But I think I should try to get like I would call secretaries AI campaign strategists. Make everybody an AI campaign strategist. 'Cause for a lot of these people who work for the campaign, it will lead to other employment opportunities for them after the campaign is over. So that's also a fun part about doing this. When you get people involved, is you open up a lot of doors for other people. But hopefully, this door opens up to Congress. And I want to thank you because if you go to Instagram.com/John Kitover, that's JOHNKIT over, you will see about 50 videos I recorded just today on that Instagram account, which didn't have a lot of content, but you are featured prominently on John Kitover on Instagram.
Thanks.
Anyways, the reason why I have recorded the Roger Mayhem movie is because, you're one of the great organizers and thinkers on this app who basically corrects a lot of really bad ideas and really ignorant thoughts. So, I salute you, sir. And, I think that if there is a herd psychology, you conditioned a lot of people with Roger Mayhem. I mean, even when I created that fake profile, it only lasted for a couple hours, but the point is, it's a fictitious character, but it still conditions a lot of people with the right way to think about things.
The simple fact that it was a fictitious character was the reason why YouTube wouldn't take down some of the shit that you were doing. When I was going through the process of Clubhouse was easy. When you were I was like, hey, this guy's got fake profiles, check it out. But I was able to get to the right people on YouTube. It was different. On YouTube, you have to go through this. You probably know the process better than anybody. But when you go through it, if you claim that the person's impersonating you, or if you claim that hey, they're unauthorized recording, whatever the fuck it might be, you have to first validate. I would have had to produce identification that my name was Roger Mayhem, and so YouTube was nothing we can do.
Yeah, that's when I realized it was a perfect, operation to do because of that fact. I was like, wait a minute, why does everybody think that this guy is Roger and it's this Brunson or whatever that PTR, it's that Australian guy, right? Like the criminal or whatever it is. There's a documentary about.
No, it's not. It's an old pro wrestler from the 70s named Ox Baker.
Oh, because there's some kind of documentary about an English mafia guy who looks just like that.
Yeah. Bronson. In the movie it was played by Tom Hardy.
Well, anyways, I was just
no.
Yeah, but that's when it clicked for me. I was like, why the fuck do I can just be Roger Mayhem. And the fact that I'm bald and got this mustache thing going already, I'm like, this is the perfect online, game to play because it'll confuse the hell out of anybody that comes across it. Is it me or is it this person's voice? It was, a perfect way to amplify what I was doing. But, again, I think my Elon Musk, yeah, go ahead.
The problem was that the timing didn't work out. If you could have been doing that at peak Clubhouse when Healthy Debates had 1,000 people a night in the rooms, there could have been some traction that happened there, but.
Well, I mean, if you
that
just,
got interesting.
most people never even took the time to go on YouTube or Google and type in Roger Mayhem and like see your interview with, some podcaster. I mean, there's a lot of information in there. But I don't know. Most people are just looking at their cell phones.
Yeah. Are you talking about the Ayn Rand one, or are you talking about, there's a couple of them?
Yeah. The one that I listened to, it was about a whole slew of topics, but basically it's about spending.
Like, they were all back to back, and then I was like, you know what? This is a really bad idea. Like, it was. I stopped doing the podcasts.
Yeah. It's interesting because it's like I'm using AI to write speeches, and so I'm going to, put a shirt and a tie and a jacket on and like actually record grok speeches using, keywords like the top 25 towns in the district, and tailoring those videos. But anyways, the point is, you realize that, these podcasts, these conversations, there's so much media, and you can create all this media and try to come up with good ideas or educate yourself and then regurgitate those new thoughts. It's like eventually you have to realize that Joseph Goebbels and propaganda, or that all communication is hypnosis, like there's a lot of sophisticated communication creators out there in the political landscape that will have supremacy in terms of the mind's eye and herd psychology. So I realize that live streaming these rooms I feel like are important, but my creative effort does have to eventually be dynamic or directed and focused with extreme intent of purpose, as opposed to just like having random conversations about movies and live streaming this and that, even though that's what I find to be, normal and fun. But if you do want to win, you do have to create a mind virus, or at least project your image as a positive alternative to this, current status quo.
Okay, so Steven said if for the next 7 days you stay consistently on track with like not crashing out and like acting all weird and shit like that, he said he'll give you 2 minutes to like give your argument on why you're wanting to run for Congress and see if he'll actually help you.
Was he talking about Stephen Bader or another Stephen?
Yeah, Stephen. Yeah. Yeah,
I would have the exact same requirements to help you, Edmund. I would want to know that you could remain consistent instead of like bouncing around like a toddler. No offense, not trying to be offensive. Just like if you can't stay on topic for more than a day, it's going to be really, really hard.
He's been doing really good for the last like 4 or 5 days, Marshall.
That's great. I'm very proud of you, man.
Well, I just got to say that I don't know what political consultants really do.
John, real quick, I was going to ask Roger a question. Roger, what would be like your best? Are you there, Roger? Or no?
I'm here.
I was going to ask, what would be like your best argument against anarchists? I was just wondering.
Well, first of all, they're retarded. The best argument is that they have no fucking plan. Their idea is to just abandon the idea that it's important to organize a society. If it's important to protect individual freedom, if that's your jam, right? And anarchists are all about like they want individual freedom. You have to have a mechanism for protecting it. I don't necessarily think that any nation state has done a good job of it, which would be their argument, and I would grant them that they're correct, that there is a lot of trade-offs that end up infringing the state infringing on individual freedom. And you can make a logical argument that says that the biggest threat to individual freedom is the government. The problem with that is that if you have no government, then if you have a stated goal that your value is individual freedom, you at least have a chance to protect it. You have some semblance. You have things like the Bill of Rights. You have a court system. You have mechanisms where you can defend the rights that are asserted. And so you have to have an authority. Yeah, like look, if you go and read Atlas Shrugged, the anarchists love the book because they think, oh, look, man, they just kind of dipped out of society and set up their own shit. But they're not anarchists. They had a judge. Galt's had a judge. And you need a judge. You need somebody that's going to be able to handle disputes. And that's the part that I think anarchists are just wildly, like, unprepared for. It feels like a philosophy written by 5-year-olds. And look, I have friends, good friends that are anarchists, like good friends. Spike Cohen is a good friend, and he's a self-identified anarchist, and he and we drove from Seattle to Richland, Washington, and that was about a 3-hour drive. We were in the car, and the entire conversation was minarchy versus anarchy. And this is a guy that's a great communicator. I don't know if you know Spike Cohen. He's a great communicator. And 3 hours of talking about it. And after that conversation, I was more convinced than ever that anarchists are fucking stupid. And because he's a smart guy, and because he's thoughtful and he's a good communicator, he could spin it better than pretty much anybody. I think the more entertaining version of it would be Michael Malice. Michael Malice does an entertaining version of why anarchy is cool. But I think he does that to be... I don't think Michael Malice is an anarchist at all. And the weirdest thing that and this is where I fucking jab a lot of these guys. When I was doing all this shit with the Libertarian Party, and you'd run in a bunch of anarchists, and they knew that I was like, you know, like fucking like the number one minarchist, you know, like everybody else was like deep into the anarchy thing. And we would get in these conversations, and I'd learn about their personal lives, and they don't live like anarchists. None of them are like moving to, you know, to Amish country and behaving like an anarchist. Like some of these people live in homeowners associations, and like it's like if you look at the way they live their life, there's nothing about the way that they've styled their life that tells you that they genuinely believe in the bullshit that they talk about. And so, I don't know. It's just, it's retarded. Did you ask me because Bima's in the audience and you hoping to bait her into this?
So you think they're full of shit and they don't actually live by the ideology or the things that they espouse?
No, of course not. They're, like, look, the most anarchist people in this fucking country are the fucking Amish. They in fact, they have revolted successfully and have gotten out of paying many taxes. The federal government leaves them alone more than they leave anybody else in the United States alone. And so I just don't believe. I'd like if we were to get Bima up here, she would try to convince you that like I'm a voluntarist. And I believe in this, and I believe in like. No, she fucking doesn't. She doesn't believe that shit.
So you're just saying they're all full of shit.
No, dude. Have you ever heard her when she's got her boyfriend yelling at her? Like,
oh god.
What kind of anarchist is in an abusive relationship? If you're gonna rally against the
dude,
state,
he's still married to another chick. He's still married to another chick. Like that's so fucked up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe you can bring
So
her
wait,
up.
She's a coward.
Mojo, how do you define anarchism? You know, economically, politically.
Well, there's different versions of it. You've got the anarcho commies, and then you've got the
somebody invite Beam up.
The anarcho capitalists, and I think one of the problems that you run into with people is that a lot of I think that anarcho capitalism makes more sense than the commies because ultimately they use property theft, and then the anarcho capitalists are they will their first principle is that property rights is number one. That's their number one thing. And so if you think about it, if we had these warring ideas within the thought of being anarchist, you like they always talk about like the state has a monopoly of violence, and in an anarchy society, what they would do is they would set up these private security agencies, which you could do that now. There's private security companies now. You can hire private investigators. You can hire private security. You could do all those things now. The problem with anarchists is who has the fucking authority? So if you had your private security company and I had mine, and let's say I have more money than you, the chances are that my security company is going to be better than yours. But who has the authority to be the judge? Who has the authority to make a decision? When there's a conflict, there's got to be somebody that can adjudicate a dispute. And so if somebody says that they have the right to property, and then another person says, well, property is theft, right? Who's right? And who's gonna decide that? And if you were to ask Bima, she would be all over I guarantee if she were to come up here right now, she would use 20,000 words and still not be able to describe exactly who would handle the dispute. And then if she was to describe to you a system that would allow that, it would sound exactly like what we have today. There would be somebody that will fulfill the role of police. In the society, we just wouldn't call them police. Somebody would be the judge, but we wouldn't call them a judge. And you would organize a system where decisions are made, but we wouldn't call it a government. And so, it's just the most immature philosophy that I've ever fucking come across in my life. It's just retard central.
Why do you think the internet didn't revolutionize, the political industrial complex or the legal industrial complex? Like, why aren't there drastic reductions in these complexes because of efficiencies because of the internet? I mean, it busted businesses and created businesses, like through decentralization, but no efficiency in government. So it's like, where did we go wrong with the internet in terms of our usage or deployment of it?
Well, I think part of the appeal to the internet is how decentralized it is. But there are some aspects of it that are centralized, like protocols, like just simple things like TCP/IP, for example. Like the internet, there's certain rules that you have to follow even for the internet. And organizations like ICANN come up and make these protocols agreeable, and then you have the tier 1 data centers that or the ISPs that are providing the bandwidth, and there's as decentralized as the internet appears, there's definitely some centralization. And if an ISP gets a phone call from the federal fucking government and says, hey, I want you to turn these fuckers off, or they don't even have to call the ISP. They can find out who manages your DNS hosting. They can call the DNS provider. Let's say you're using Route 53 for Amazon. They could just call Amazon and they could say, hey, this website, turn it off. And Amazon will fucking reroute the DNS. And then everybody going to that website will get a 404 page error. And so it feels decentralized, but there's still rules. There's still governance. And I think the internet's gonna, feel like the wild, wild west. But I think it's a controlled experiment, and there are powers that be that know. As much as you might think that you're not being watched, everybody's being watched, and they're collecting all of this data. And you could do things like, proxy avoidance and shit like that. None of that shit matters. Like, if they want to know what you're doing on the internet, they will do it. And so I think there's an illusion of freedom on the internet that doesn't really exist.
But don't you find that so much of life is just communication, and therefore, there's most people, a large percentage of your life is wasted communication. Organizations, whether it's government or religious or academic, that are just kind of spamming you with redundancy or useless information because it's not relevant anymore, or it's just traditional. So I'm just saying that, like, this app, the fact that there's no ads, there's only one little monetization nook for $5, and I think.
Oh, you see what she said, Roger?
I did. She said she won't come up because you're a mod, so you're no longer a mod.
I was actually gonna say, you know what? I've never mod abused you one time, and I was actually about to offer to get out of the audience.
That's okay. That's okay.
As long as nobody mods her,
we did what we did, but now we're interrupting. Let's let John finish.
All I'm saying is that this app is like a case study in terms of, cost efficiency, I guess, but in terms of organization, education, and maybe future generations of how they will receive, education and information, versus sitting in a facility, in a classroom, in a college with all that overhead to basically house people. The commute, when I walk past the highway and I see just cars lined up as far as the eye can see, I'm just like, thank God I don't have to commute to a job right now. It's horrible, So I'm just saying that this free telephony, these free conference calls, though they always seem to be, comedy, roasting, and entertainment, in the future of America, if there is a financial crisis, and there is a drastic reduction in spending, it's apps like this. Like, I hate to sound like John Connor in fucking Terminator, but this app, kind of proves that we can do things a lot more efficiently, because most people's jobs are just communication. We're not building anything here. We're shipping everything in, and there's basically people that bring boxes to your houses now, whether it's some type of furniture item or a food item. I'm just saying everything is completely bitted up. But in the future, if spending is drastically cut and unemployment goes up, this app can be useful for organizing and education and information exchange. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that.
Look how you're saying that you have to remove me from the room where no good conversation will ever come.
Well, all of a sudden, she's a dictator. It's amazing. That's the other thing about anarchists.
No, I'm not a dictator. I appreciate it, though, but I don't. I would, but honestly, the harassment, it's weird. It's just, I don't find it fun or exciting. Roger, I appreciate it. You could mod him again, but I thought that I'd be able to come up, but it's too predictable. So you could mod him. I'll take off.
Bima.
Wait, Bima. You're not going to defend your position about anarchy?
I'd love to, but I won't. I don't want to talk on a stage with Rich. I don't want to. He's disruptive. Any stage that Rich is on is not a stage that I want to be on.
How about this, Bima?
I just wanted to be respectful.
No, Bima, we're going to make a rule. If Rich unmutes himself while we're talking, I'll remove him from the room.
It's not about while we're talking. It's about the things that he says. It's of a harassing nature. His behavior is outside of the scope of anything that is reasonable or that should be taken seriously. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, it's not fun.
Yeah, but Bima, I've heard you make some pretty radical and violent claims, and very aggressive claims on here. Can't you just let it go and forgive him, and know that you have a log in your own eye?
Unfortunately, I do. I have tried for about 2 years, but Rich is a constant stain. He's had way too many chances. I've communicated to him peacefully. I've asked him peacefully many, many times, but he still continues to do it, and it's just not fun for me.
Bima, let me ask you.
I appreciate it. I'm going to take off. Go ahead.
Hold on, Bima. He's now in the audience.
Excellent.
You don't have to worry about him. He can't hurt you.
Thank you, Roger.
Bima, I wanted to ask you, after listening to you talk about Israel and the IDF soldiers and how angry they make you, I'm just wondering, have you ever been in a fist fight in the real world in your life? Have you ever gotten into a fight with somebody and punched him in the face?
Yeah, I have, actually. Why?
I'm just saying, based on the emotional, based on the emotional communication I've heard from you on this app, I just got the feeling like this is somebody who has, probably been in physical altercations with people.
Yeah, no, I've never attacked anybody. They were, agreed to fights, but yeah, I was a kid, and I guess that's how we used to take care of stuff back in the day. It was with a boy, too, both times. It was two guys. One time we had boxing gloves, and another time it was raw fists.
American, or Edmund, John, did you say ask, or ax?
I was asking a question.
Okay, let's rock. Here, Bima's up here.
So, yeah, I appreciate what Roger's saying, because he's not wrong about that. I have a frustration with my own community, especially, the most intelligent people in the community. When we try to organize about the how we would, or a replacement, right? Because that's what we get most of the time. That's the number one. Okay, well, if we agree with you on these charges, then what are we going to replace it with? And the idea is that it's supposed to not be a one rule, a one size fits answer response. So the structure, but like I said, either way, it's very frustrating for me too. And I've been trying to get the two of the biggest anarchists in the world, authors, two of the best, I believe, that they would be the leaders of, I would say, the leaders of the anarchist, the philosophical thought. I'm trying to get them to.
But how can you say that anarchy is even philosophical? It's basically anti-God. It's terrorism. I mean, every single day this country creates, $7 billion to $10 billion a day at the federal level. That system is not going away. And so if you are an anarcho, philosopher, whether it's a capitalist or communist, you believe in the destruction of that state through violent force. So that, that's why I asked you if you had ever been in physical confrontation with somebody, because you scare me. You're a violent type of person, in my opinion. I could be wrong, but I don't think, working outside of the system is better than working inside of the system. I think your biggest gripe is, and it's my biggest gripe too, is the flow of this $7 to $10 billion a day and where it goes and what it's buying through acquisition.
Yeah, no, I could understand that. I've actually one of a brilliant mind on here, a philosophical mind. He's also he feels that my position, that I take a dangerous position, and all I can say in response to that is, I'm the type of person that you don't have to worry about. I'm never going to enforce my preferences on you just because I have the right of the majority, right? The right, quote unquote, might make sure I have the biggest gang. I'll never tell you what to do. I'll never violate you or your property. And so realistically in the real world, you also see me. You'll never see me complain. Voluntarily, I'll give my preferences, my associations. I'll let you know how I feel, but I'm not going to say that you have to do this or you don't have to do that, right? You'll never see me reporting anybody on Clubhouse. If I don't like it, I leave. If I don't like the room, I leave. If I don't like the way something is, I'll voice it. If the people don't want to work with me, then I leave. You know what I mean? You're not going to.
Got it. Let me ask you another question, Bima. When you say
Yeah.
property rights, can you elaborate, please?
Yeah, property rights. Property rights beginning with the self as a rational human being, so you own yourself, and then the extension. So the Lockean model, I would say, just fair acquisition of property piece, and that's it. So I mean, property. Do you want the definition of property, or
No, I'm just, I have some legal problems, what you might call property problems, financial problems. And I got to tell you, the judges and the lawyers I've dealt with, they don't read the fucking Constitution. The Constitution gives you a jury, or the right to jury if it's over $20. And Bima, I don't know how much, legal problems or how many times you've had to go to court or deal with lawyers and judges, but I got to tell you, it's their way or the fucking highway. And so when you talk about property rights, I just wonder, like, have you ever dealt with property rights?
Yeah, and unfortunately, the biggest injustices that I've ever come across is, you'll probably say, yeah, that's something you would say, but is when the quote-unquote legal system gets involved, right? Because all it is just bullshit that the last dumb Americans came up with and decided to say, okay, well, we got enough gang members to make this magical, so we're going to put these magical words on a piece of paper, and if anybody violates it, then we'll do what we have to do. So, I don't think that there's negotiation. I think even family court, I would go to move to say that family court is criminal court. I don't see it any different. Family court, civil court, it's all criminal court to me. Some of the best, one of the biggest attorneys, the defense attorneys, who worked in the field for almost 50 years, and he was a defense against, usually against the state. So he defended people against the state, and he said that not a single case did he ever find that the government didn't abuse or overreach their power. Not a single case out of all of his years. So, I mean, it's telling. And all I'm saying is, yeah, we got one system, and let's not undo the system. Obviously, Roger makes, I said, great points. Let's use what we've already figured out works. But let's also not restrict other people from using good ideas too, and coming up with good ideas and legislating them out of their ability to do stuff or to operate differently. But that's going to be difficult when you have a monopoly of power, and Roger talks about it. So,
I have this interesting book by this female monk from the 60s who was part of like the radical feminist liberal hippie movement. But she noticed that all of her female friends were still extremely angry all the time. Even if you believe in your political cause, why she couldn't understand why her friends were so angry. So anyways, it's a story about meditation and finding peace. But I just wonder, can you find peace within yourself?
well, of course I have. I found peace about, I would say probably about 10 years ago. It was very deliberate. Have you ever heard of Ken Wilber?
No, was he a pickle farmer?
Are you sure you haven't heard of him?
No, go ahead.
Well, anyway, he came up with a model, and it's very similar to a lot of the things that you talk about. There's sometimes like Zen Buddhism, Taoism, and this such. these types of things. But basically, he created this hierarchy of different. I wouldn't say they're archetypes, but different levels of what you can achieve. It's like Maslow's hierarchy of needs, but it's for reaching spiritual just flow and freeness. So I think you should be able to be alone with yourself, and you should be happy and at peace and be able to die easy. You know what I mean? Like, when I say die easy, I mean, like, if you're afraid to die, or you don't feel that you've accomplished, if you don't have a definite major purpose, if you don't have a meaning, if you haven't, these types of things, they keep you up at night. Yeah, you got to figure that stuff out.
Got it. But let me ask you. Let me ask you a follow-up question to confirm that you have found peace. I think that abortion should be outlawed in this country, and that spending $1 billion a month to kill 100,000 children is murder and genocide. How does that make you feel? Is it women's health or is it murder?
Yeah, so that's a great question. I think objectively, like scientifically, if we just look using science, we don't appeal to any type of divine command theory, God, anything like that. I like to say, personhood begins at conception, because that's where each of us became a very specific type of human. And I would agree that it's murder. And I think the cultural mores have to change, and we have to adopt that. I think it would be much less as see, what happens is the left and the right, they like to I guess skin each other, right? They want to attack each other, and they use different methods at different times at different points, but they're doing the same exact thing. So you have the right that says, okay, abortion is murder, but let's use the government to get involved, right? But then what happens is the left is like, well, my body, my choice. So now you have a bunch of people who are frustrated, and they won't even acknowledge the scientific data, the overwhelming data that says conception, like human life. Well, we could, go over the definitions and the iterations of what, like life science, what they mean by that. But ultimately, human life begins at a very specific point that created all of us. And you can't really argue with that. But we have the left that can't even get to that point because they're in such fear of what the right is going to do in response to real people.
Well, Bima, I kind of only asked the question about abortion.
What I'm saying?
I do, and I did because Victoria was in the audience, and she
let
wrote.
Me ask you.
Wait,
so let me ask you.
Wait, Victoria wrote in the chat.
No, hold on. Wait, you want?
No,
I get
hold on,
it. Can I ask a question for you?
No, hold on. I'm going to jump in here real quick. I don't want to do the abortion conversation. I just don't. But now that you're engaged, I'd like to ask this. If there was no government, and considering the amount of nuclear weapons that we have in this country, if there was no government at all, who would possess the nuclear weapons?
That's a great question. I would think that it would be similar to what we have now. We'd probably have multiple countries that have.
I'm just talking about the U.S. because we can't control other governments, right? Like if we're anarchists and we say we don't want a state, we probably shouldn't tell people outside of this little patch of land how they're going to handle their business. But I want to know specifically in North America, what would we do with the nukes?
Well, I served in the Army, and I was talking to a colonel one time who was a chaplain, and I asked him, what did you do during the Cold War in Europe? And this preacher, aka a chaplain in the Army, guess what his special job was in the Army? Not only was he working with the spiritual crises of soldiers, he was working on managing the nuclear arsenal. So he was intimately involved in the management of nuclear weapons deployed in Germany to prevent a Russian invasion. So in response to your question you asked, it's really like the priestly class who should be left with the nuclear weapons. It should be men of God and
All due
war.
respect, American Party. I was curious what Bima, who is the resident anarchist, thinks.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Bima. My bad.
Yeah, just very simply, I talk about I think how do you say his name? I think it's like Herbert or Oberon. No, I don't think it's Oberon. Maybe it's Oberon Herbert. But he talks about in an anarchist state how you have defensive measures, right? The difference. The military would be just as strong. We could have everything. The military would be just like it is today, except they're no offensive. So there'd just be defensive measures. And when you're talking about nuclear weapons, that's completely incompatible with liberty. You have an instrument that is going to not intentionally discriminate. So it's not. It's only used for mass coercion. So a free society.
I have a question. So you said only defensive purposes. So would that mean that, like, we would only go to war if somebody attacked us on our soil?
Yeah, or gave a credible threat of violence, just like, yeah.
Got it. So a credible threat of violence or attacking us. What do you think of my preference that if we were to fight a major war, I would prefer that the theater not be North America, and that the theater would be at the doorsteps of our enemy?
I mean, if you would be able to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that they have full intentions of attacking us, then I don't see what the problem is.
Wait, Roger,
Right?
why would you want to detonate nuclear weapons in a different part of the world other than your own part of the world?
I didn't say that. I didn't say nuclear weapon. No, you can't, and you can't do that. You can't use nuclear. That's the whole point. You wouldn't use that. Why would you use that to indiscriminate? It's an indiscriminate tool, which is just going to kill a bunch of people.
Okay, but how many nukes do you think we have in the U.S.?
How many? Oh, I have no idea.
Okay, let's just assume
around 5,500.
No, it's much larger than that. Sorry, but let's just let's use that number. Fuck it, 5,500. 55 warheads. In an anarchist society, we have no government. We have no central command. Where do these things reside? Do they stay? Okay, because we're going to have submarines that have nukes. We have a fleet of bombers that can be used to drop the nukes. And then we have silos, let's say in the Dakotas. Let's start with the submarines. This is a fun one. Who gets the submarines?
Whoever could make them. What do you mean gets a submarine?
No, but we have them now. If the government was no longer in power, the government goes away tomorrow. We have submarines. Do we just allow the people that are in the military that were previously under the ocean with these subs? We just let them keep the submarines?
Well, no, the military would still be the military. It would just be how we operate would change, right? So we could still, everything could stay intact. The only difference, like I said, would be we could only operate off of defensive measures. So we'd still have all of the Navy and the military and the Air Force and the reserves. We'd have all that. And all of it, of course.
Hold on.
Hold on. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, hold on. Don, I'm pretty sure I got this covered. So, how would a soldier, how would the submarine captain get paid? Like, who puts his payroll check into that direct deposit? Who funds that?
That would be today. Today is the taxpayers. In my society, it would be the payers of the service, which would be mostly everybody. I think everybody on this stage would agree that you want a military. Is there anybody on this stage that would not as a, honestly, would you not want to pay into military to defend yourselves and your families?
No, I would actually prefer to have tax rates as low as possible and not fund $1 trillion a year military industrial complex. I would prefer that we all get issued 357s with boxes of ammunition, and we build more rifle ranges, and we learn to defend ourselves cost affordably, cheaply, pragmatically.
I would prefer that we all voted on people to manage the military.
All right, hold on. I want to ask a question to the chat because you guys are listening to this. There's some people that like the status quo. There's some people like myself that want to see a reduction of the size and scope of government, and then there's people like Bima that wants there to be no state whatsoever. And so my question would be, would anyone put a 1 in the chat if you would feel comfortable if there was no government? Just a 1 in the chat. And then if you'd feel comfortable. And put a 2 in the chat if you think that would be suicide. Put a 2 if you think it would be suicide.
I think most people would answer that way because they have no conceptualization of the alternatives. We don't even talk about it. It would be hard to even try to figure out how interconnected how everything works with. Yeah, I don't
arrive at my position.
Because we're not saying that there wouldn't be any defense, right? We're not saying that there wouldn't be the defense would be much greater, much highly trained, much greater trained, much more strategic, much more. There would be much more oversight. There would be a hiring firing mechanism. There would be. I mean.
We already have a hiring mechanism, don't we?
Well, hold on. Under whose authority, Bima?
Everybody who participates, everybody who wants to pay into the service, right? That's who.
Wait a minute. So, okay. So we have silos. We have silos in the Dakotas and elsewhere. We have a satellite communication in the state of Washington that communicates with the nuclear-powered subs. Who tells the sub operators where they should be strategically positioned to deal with threats? Who
Roger, why do you think that these things would not be able to be figured out in a society where all we're doing is decentralizing the monopoly of force? We're not destroying society as we know it. We're enhancing our abilities to come together, create like minds, and offer alternatives, better solutions. Yeah.
Okay, hold on. Okay. So here's my question. So if we have if we're going to have a strategy for dealing with our enemies, correct?
I mean, of course. I would hope so.
Okay, excellent. No, this is good news because I was getting a little worried that we wouldn't have a strategy. Now that we have a strategy, can you tell me who are the people that create this strategy?
They would be the people that we put into. What do you mean? They would be the people that would be.
It sounded like you were about to say it would be the people that we put in power.
Right. To be put into that position. That's correct.
Oh. Okay, now I'm confused. So who are the people that have the authority to put people into power?
The people who voluntarily choose to participate in it. It would be, like I said, everything, there isn't much difference. The only difference is that there would be an alternative, there would be competing institutions, that's it. So you would vote with your dollars. The only difference is you vote, and you vote with your dollars. So if you want to continue to participate in whatever it is, right, you do that. And you participate in whatever setup that is, whatever structure that is, and you put your dollars and your productive ability into that. If there is a better idea,
Got it.
that
Okay.
right.
Okay. So let me ask you this, because it costs a lot of money to like build advanced fighters and to resupply the nuclear weapons, but there's surveillance that we have. There's communication. Who coordinates that? I'm just curious, like who is responsible? Who have we deemed responsible for? Let's say, okay, we have 4 branches in the military. We have the Army, the Navy, Air Force, and Marines. Are we still going to keep those 4 separate branches?
Don't forget about the Coast Guard.
Yeah, the shallow water sailors. I don't count those guys. But Bima, who would we still keep that structure? The 4 branches?
Yeah, I wouldn't know. That's not for me to answer. That would.
Well, this is my question. Who would answer it?
What do you think my last response? What did you get from my last response?
A very poorly thought out idea to try to explain away something that doesn't make sense.
Switches and drakes, and bro, look, all we care about switches and drakes and catching hats, bro. What y'all talking about, bro?
Okay, I don't believe that was English. If I was wrong, you could bring that guy back up, but he'll have to wait.
You know, Bima, this is almost like a job interview. I mean, I've been through role-playing situations where they want to know how you're going to respond to a situation. You're not really responding with any clarity. Please try to think, before you respond, think about what, who would you communicate with to, who. Anyways, please proceed. Sorry.
Wait, hold on. I want to address the chat. Victoria says she isn't rethinking society. But no, that's precisely what anarchists are doing. In fact, all of the lessons that we learned that caused people to say, we need to organize in a way that we have a standard. The American standard is individual freedom, and then we then say, okay, well, if we're going to protect individual freedom, we're going to need a structure to do that. We call that government, and then the government that we erected here, we have 3 branches of government. We got some nuance. We have our mission statement. And we have these are the things that the government shall not do. And so again, if you want to scrap the government, right? Because that was the conventional wisdom. And I'm entertaining this idea, right? If we're going to scrap that idea, the only reason we would scrap it is because we have a better idea. And so what I'm asking for is, with this better idea, how do we make sure that important things like the defense of our land, how do we make sure that we don't let that slip through the cracks? And I'm worried about things like central command and that sort of thing.
Yeah, I still have the same answer for you, Roger. I know you're not going to like it. People voluntarily come together. They pool their money together. They make defense forces, and those defense forces take care of the job. Effective. They get what they want. It's explicit consent. If they decide that those defense forces aren't doing what they need to be doing, then economic principles will tell us that a demand will be filled, right? If supply is there, demand will be filled. And then they'll be able to remove their productive ability and put it towards something else, put it towards the competing institution that could get the job done better. And that's it. If there's multiple, if there's 3, if there's 4, if there's 100, whatever it might be, if they decide to communicate because they think that would be the best thing to do, well, then now they're all communicating, and you still you're operating off of explicit consent, putting your money where you believe that it goes because you think that something is effective and efficient.
Okay. Couple more questions. So we have no government. Is murder still against the law?
So,
Because currently with the government, we have lawmakers, and they decide what's lawful and unlawful. Would we still have laws in an anarchist society?
yeah, they wouldn't be laws as we understand them, right?
So how would we understand them?
You'd understand them as the consequences for not reciprocating rights. So we define rights, and we understand that if you're not going to reciprocate them, there's going to be consequences.
Hold on. A couple things. So, so if you violate rights, under whose authority do we establish rights?
Each other. Through each other.
Okay, but I disagree. You and I find a disagreement. You think that property is a right. I think property is theft. Who makes the decision of whether or not somebody can be on a particular piece of property? Because right now we have laws, and we have ways that if the law is violated, we have people that can bring you into a courtroom, summons you to this courtroom, bring you if you refuse, and put you in front of what we call a judge. And so my question is how do you replicate that if you don't have an authority that that's been agreed upon by the people to make these decisions?
It would become unaffordable for them to do so. There'd still be, societal mores and structures, and there'll be rules, like, something without laws. All that it's saying is that there isn't a one-size-fits-all. So there'll be multiple, areas and jurisdictions where people come together and they decide this is how they want to live, right? And that's just basically how it would work. If you violate somebody's right, you stop reciprocating rights in a particular area or region, right? You'd be under that jurisdiction. You'd have to.
Hold on. Who gives the authority to that jurisdiction?
Well, for the sake of communication, it would just be because that's where you would want to go. Most people, if you have, because there's a million different ways that this could work. You're asking me. Well, everybody has their own defense system. They have their own, DRO, which they subscribe to, they put their money into, and that's connected to everything else that they do, like insurance, everything else.
Can we pause real quick?
Sure.
Okay. Have you ever played the video game Sims or SimCity or any type of game like that?
I mean, like when I was a kid on the computer.
Yeah. That's where we typically play those games. Let's just say that we were playing SimCity, and you can you're building a city out, and what that game teaches us is that if you forget to do things, like for example, there's a thing called Roller Coaster Tycoon. This is a sim game, and you build an amusement park, right? And your goal is to try to get patrons to come, go on the rides, go to the concessions. You're trying to make money, right? And you're in control of like what rides would be attractions that people would want. You have to think about the cost of building them. You have to think about the different types of foods that people might want to have. You have to give thought to the pathway in which people would follow in order to go to the restaurants or to the rides and that sort of thing. And I played this game before, and everything was going really, really cool. And then all of a sudden I realized that I'd forgotten to build bathrooms, right? And so then that created a problem. And so all of a sudden you have to fix this problem. And my worry that I have for this society that you're describing is that we've spent 250 years with this government to try to think about what rights people ought to have and how we should best protect them. And while you and I are 100% in agreement that government overreaches and it violates those rights and it's done a piss poor job of protecting those rights, what I worry about though is that something as simple as the military, and I say simple in the sense that we all understand that you need the ability to fight against foreign foes, because there are others that might not have your same value system, and throughout history, these are called wars, and you can have others that may try to invade you, and so you have to have this military. I have not heard you say anything that would give me the confidence that we would be able to repel an invading force, and I'm concerned about that. Can you alleviate the concerns that I have about if, let's say, China and Russia decided to declare war on North America, specifically the United States, but we wouldn't call it the United States because we have no government. I'm concerned about our ability to fight in that situation, and I'm worried about, like, if Russia sent the nukes, how would we coordinate if we don't have a central command like we do today? A rapid response. And that rapid response can be from our submarines. It could be firing from those silos that we have. It could be, mobilizing bombers that we have strategically placed. My question is, who controls those things? And I don't think you've done anything to help me feel better that we would be safer in your world. Can you, and I will go on mute, please explain to me how and Alex, do not unmute yourself. You know what? I don't even trust you. I'm going to put you in the audience. Bima, go ahead and tell me how we're going to be safer militarily based on having no government.
Yeah, I hate to beat a dead horse, but it would just be the same answer. It's the idea you're decentralizing. So you're going to have, instead of one army, one full, everybody knows the procedures of the army. You're going to have decentralized, basically militias that are going to be able to target their whatever target it's going to be. These are going to be different, coming from different people, different commands, different initiatives, right? And they may or may not work together, but the idea is, obviously it would be in the self-interest, I think, of just a good business model to be able to coordinate with other defensive forces, right? Especially defensive forces. So now you're talking about a decentralized little militias and companies that have done without any type of regulation. You know how dangerous, how scared there is no fucking laws. There is no nothing that it's gonna say, yo, you can't do that, you have to do this. No, it's warfare. That's specifically why decentralized and defensive force is necessary, because you can absolutely identify the invading force.
I think I get what you're saying, but right. Now I want to ask others that are on the stage. Rich, you cannot speak here, but I want to talk to the other people on the stage. Do you think that what she described about decentralized militias, do you think that would be a better approach to fighting against, an aggressive, modern military like China? Do you think a decentralized approach to this? Think about it. You could have hundreds of these armies, and they can be well armed. Does anybody feel safer with that model?
See, her entire perspective about anarchism and this decentralization, it's just a rambling mess of nothingness, because it's literally using your imagination to say, what if? But, everything runs on budgets, Bima. So if we're spending $10 billion a day and we take it to $2 billion, that means we got to get rid of a lot of stuff we don't need anymore, and we have to prioritize. So, what you're kind of doing is a waste of time because everything is already fully organized, bidded up, and budgeted. So, Bima, I mean, try to fucking stay focused here.
Yeah, I mean, like budgeted in which way? In the budget that you were just complaining about, in the budget where we have a fiat dollar that has lost 90% of its purchasing power since 1975, in the world where in the past 50 years homes went from $40,000 on average to $500,000, and we can't even get a two-party household to be able to afford a starter home. We went zero savings in the 1990s, and this can only, you talk to any economist, and this is only going to continue because we have to, by the systems creation, the deliberate systems creation, we cannot stop debt. If we stop debt and we stop debt creation, the entire, this is economics, this is not my opinion, the entire system will collapse. We have to continue to borrow, and that means we're going to have to, inflation is going to continue, everything else is, so what do you think is going to happen? There is, have you seen the evidences?
Cliff like most empires do if you do drugs.
Thank you, Marshall, thank you. And we had studies, there was a study, 700, the last 700 fiat currencies, every single one of them failed within a period of 60 to 100 and something years, okay? So I think that we're seeing right now, right, we have a big problem. So what are we going to do about it? That's another issue. The spending is an issue, but you want to have your cake and eat it too. I say, I don't have all the answers. I'm not a fucking economist. I'm also not, hold on, I'm not a military specialist. I'm also not a defense specialist. I'm also not a doctor. I'm also not, I'm fucking nobody, okay? But what I do know is when it comes down to it, every single one of us on this stage right now, I believe we have the same moral inherent authority when we're put onto this earth. So I think that it's all of our duty as human beings, beginning from the very bottom. The only thing that we're responsible to do is to not harm each other, okay? Starting from there, let's freely operate. You get maximum freedom, I get maximum freedom. Obviously, we're going to have to toe a very strict line of making sure we don't violate each other's freedom. So what is that line? Where is that line? And that's only one place that I've ever been told, and if anybody ever has anything that can...
What is that line, Bima?
That is the line of consent.
It is not consent, Bima. That's not the important line. I hate to break it to you.
Consent is the least arbitrary line above the state of nature. If state of nature is might makes right. So, and I don't believe
you
that
got the lines,
believes might makes right, because then
consent is not all or nothing.
If you're going to,
Bima, we gotta have a conversation and stop the wall of noise. I want to allow other people. I've asked my questions. I feel like I've sufficiently asked the right questions that, at least to me, have convinced me even more than ever before that these ideas don't work. But you know what? Everyone's got their own opinions, so I want to hear from other people. XG's blinking his mic. Maybe he's got something to say. XG, you want to ask a question or engage with Bima? But can we just? I just want to. Well, hold on. I want everyone to be respectful, but I also want everybody to be cognizant of. Let's try to keep it to one point, and let's try to reduce the wall of noise.
Yeah. So, Bima, correct me if I'm wrong. We're talking about the same thing that we had previously talked about concerning your ideas on the NAP, violence, consents, etc., and all that type of stuff, right?
Yes, sorry, consent. I don't remember our particular conversation, but I'm sure it was the same. It's
around the same topic. So I'm going to ask you some questions again. My first question would be this, and I'll give you some time to respond. I'm trying to find a way to phrase this correctly, but what obligates me to give a shit about whether you consent or not in your system?
Your own self-interest. Go ahead.
So just on those points, and I'm going to keep my questions short and everything too, don't worry. But so if it's in my own self-interest, and that's the reason it would be, let's say for you and I, let's say we were partners hypothetically, right? Or not even. Let's say I just saw you and we're inside of a closed space together. It's in my self-interest during that time. I'm horny. I want to get off. It's not in your self-interest for me to fuck you. It's in my self-interest too. Why would I give a fuck about your consent in that scenario?
For the same reason, it would be in your self-interest. So, you can use the immediate gratification, right?
Uh-huh.
Your long-term self-interest, it would be against it for the same reason. I'm not saying that this system is, obviously, I'm not saying that all crime is going to disappear. There's still going to be criminals. There's still going to be rapists. But the only difference is I guarantee you that most rapists that decide that they want to do that, they'll be a lot more scared to do it, because there will be a lot less protecting them.
What would be the less that's protecting them in that case?
Well, I mean, right now we have different states that don't allow people to protect themselves. You're not allowed to have a personal protection.
Would they be able to protect themselves? I'm sorry for cutting you off, but would they be able to protect themselves hypothetically? Let's say I invited you over to my property, my house, right? And you ended up getting raped at my property in my house when I have, let's say, a very small sign, but it's on my house that says in very fine print, you walk in here, you're getting your shit clapped regardless if you want it or not, right? So if you walk into that house, right, is there any way you can protect yourself legally under your system in my house?
Well, so first of all, the property begins with the self. So the person is the property. That's first, and then you everything else is an extension.
Okay.
So it would be a contradiction, and unless she signs a contract with you to say you can do these things to me, right? Then that's not gonna work.
So if that's a contradiction, wouldn't it also be a contradiction to say that the person itself is property? Wouldn't property rights just be individual rights at the same point then?
Well. Yeah, I'm not sure what you're saying. Individual.
What I'm saying is, would my house then have the same rights that I have as a human being? Because technically, under your definition, a human would be property too. Where's the delineation between human property and non-human property?
Yeah, it would be private property. So there wouldn't be. I mean, like the only delineation would be in the consequences, right? The negotiations for harm. Obviously, me walking on your grass is going to be different. Be a difference in me cutting you.
Right, but what's the law? What's the governing body, or what's the power, or what's the incentive to enforce those consequences? Like, for example, I'm pretty sure last conversation we had, I had asked you along the lines of, let's say there's a tile on the floor, right? Just a 1 foot by 1 foot tile on the floor. And we both look at it, and we both say it's our property. And then you pull out a contract and say, well, actually, XG, it says on the contract it's BEMA's property. And I say, well, fuck you. I don't care that it says it's BEMA's property. There's nothing to enforce that. I'm going to take the tile. Fuck you going to do about it? You can't assert violence on me. So in that case, what happens to you? What happens to the tile? What happens to you with the contract? What happens to the enforcement, and what is my consequence of that, other than just me feeling bad for not acting in my own self-interest?
Well, so first of all, you don't get you can't enforce violence. I mean, if you stop reciprocating rights, you no longer have that moral authority. If the question is between who owns it, and there's an honest property dispute, that would go just as it happens now. I mean, you would have to. There wouldn't be any difference. We have we have the structure here. It would be very similar, right? The only
wait. Hold on.
Yeah.
Hold on. So you want to get rid of the government, and then you want to have a structure that's no different than what we have today.
Correct. This is what I.
Right. So.
Because just real quick on that point that Roger brought up. The previous conversation that we had, I know that you may not remember it, but let me refresh it a bit. I had brought up a point that isn't just doing the same exact thing that we have right now that you're complaining about, with a weaker and more decentralized power system that's more ineffective and gets less done consequence-wise for those that violate individual rights.
No, not at all. It would be more so, right? The only difference is, so right now, if I were to ask you, is morality subjective or objective, what would you say?
Objective.
Okay, well, society would, that would be, we don't live under that type of society today. Under this society, what is moral is what society might makes right, and they're going to make that an that is going to be a universal claim. So everybody's going to be treated with this one law and this one way across the United States. So we get these laws, right? Of course, it's going to be state to state have their own laws, and that's also complication because now you have in the A state you can smoke pot and have no problem. In B state you go to jail for it. Okay,
we have right
so
now.
That's the system that we have right now. What I'm saying is, okay, first of all, consent, right? So victimless crimes are going to disappear. The elements of law that we've already figured out that work, the moral aspects of how we created the legal system, the moral philosophies, all of those would still exist.
Let's go from crime to crime. Let's go from crime to crime. You said fraud wouldn't exist, or these victimless.
No, not fraud. Fraud is a crime.
Is fraud not a victimless crime?
No, it's not a victimless crime. Fraud.
What would you define as victimless crimes?
Someone who's been okay. A victimless crime is where there is no victim. Is where you're not able to name a victim. If you can name it and say
crime would be like a
the state is the problem. Yeah, the state is.
Hey, hold on. Again, you're doing the wall of noise thing. Yeah, victimless crime. If there is no crime, there's like smoking grass, man. If you're smoking grass, like
No, I'm just trying to not because I don't know what a violent crime is, but because I'm trying to understand what violence in her society would be defined as, and what would constitute a violent crime.
But hold on, let's get to the more interesting aspects of this. We're
there's a hypothetical on fraud that I was going to put up. For example, it's the same one that I put up last time that I couldn't get an answer to.
No, but you're not going to get an answer to any of it because I have spoken to people that have been dedicated to these thoughts for a long time, and the answers are always vague. They're always similar. They're never good. It's just not well thought out. It's a very immature philosophy, but and it's a response to. This is where I give them credit. It's a response to a recognition that the state is overstepped and there's injustice, because of the state. And so what it is a gross overreaction and an oversimplification of a utopia, and it doesn't pass any scrutiny from people that are on the left, people that are on the right, people that are in the middle. Like the moment you start scrutinizing it, you get some really, really terrible responses, and in most cases you don't get a response. Like I don't know if you guys feel the same way, but I felt like when I was asking her who controls the nukes, I don't feel like we got a straight answer there. I feel like we got an answer, but it wasn't a straight answer. I'm still confused on who's going to be driving these submarines that have nuclear weapons.
I agree that completely. I guess, like, for example, the one thing that I always posed as, like, a challenge, because it's basically, it's damn near the version of the ECP, but for the ANCAPs instead. It's the fraud problem that you have with the NAP. Because you'll say that violence can be used to, may legitimately be used to prevent using force or fraud, but according to the NAP, the only legitimate use of force is to prevent or punish initiatory use of physical violence by others. And fraud is not physical violence. If I tell you that painting that you wanted to get was a genuine Renoir, for example, and it's not, I have not physically aggressed against you. If you buy it and you find out it's a fake, and then send the police or whatever protective private agency you have over to my house to get your money back, you're not aggressing against me, then you end up aggressing against me. So not only does the prohibition on fraud,
XC, you're not wrong, but you're now doing the wall of sound. I want to just let's keep this simple, man. I want somebody to explain this to me like I'm 5, right? Pretend I'm a 5-year-old kid and I'm like, you mean there's no government? Who's gonna protect us if there's a war? I think if Johnny goes to his mom and dad, the anarchists, and says, who would protect us if there's a war?
Private
I think they deserve a better answer than decentralized militias, because when Johnny turns, I don't know, 20, he's going to ask a question like, you used to tell me about these privatized militias, but they train in the woods with rifles, and China has a navy. What are we doing here, Mom? It just doesn't.
Honey, China said they're not going to aggress against us, so we don't have anything to worry about.
It's just crazy. It's just fucking crazy. I'll say this. I think anarchy is a worse idea than communism. And the reason why is because we know what communism does, but anarchy, I think, would be a much more total collapse. If we look at what happened with Mao and we look at what happened with Stalin, they at least still had infrastructure. Well, in an anarchist society, there'd be no infrastructure. I think the biggest problem before we get invaded, I think by the time China's little slow boats arrive here, I don't think they'd have to do any fighting because we'd all be dead and we'd starve to death.
I mean, for the most part, you really, if we're talking about like the anarchists or whatever, if you're talking to like the 16-year-old Twitter commies, sure, then I'll give you like the whole Mao and Stalin point, right? Because all of them end up being fucking Marxist-Leninists for some reason. But if you're talking to like an actual commie that's willing to like stand, as JB says, stand on the square, like 24/7, then they would also be anarchists, because their number one, like, if they were to go off like principles, like just like you do with like property rights, individual rights, et cetera, for your principles, their principles would be 3 simple things: no state, no class, no money. And the dissolvement of state on there would immediately classify them as anarchists. So any actual communist or someone that's not too pussy to stand on getting critiques for being an anarchist that would be on the left side would be an actual communist. Anybody that says they're a commie but doesn't believe in anarchism is just LARPing, or a Marxist-Leninist that's still trying to figure out how the ECP doesn't kill them.
I've had this debate with many, many, many anarchists, and I don't think that BEMA does a bad job of articulating this position. It's just that the position's not something that makes a lot of sense. And so I think she's, depending on how you look at it, she's equally good or equally bad at positioning this, because this is the position. You know what I mean? Like this is like the way she makes it sound. That's the way. Even if you were talking to a professor, or if you were talking like Michael Malice, because he's got a sense of humor, would probably put up a better fight. But that's probably it, because the problem's not her ability to articulate. It's that the position is hard to defend because it just doesn't hold up to scrutiny. Period.
You can only play devil's advocate for so long until you start burning the hellfire with it.
I don't think it's so much as I don't think that it's hard to defend at all in my mind. What's frustrating is that there are no conceptualizations, alternative conceptualizations of real world tangibility that can be explained in these conversations. So, I can keep saying the same thing over and over and over, like you just said, explain to me like I'm 5 years old. Like, who is going to come and protect us? And I mean, like, you didn't like the idea that I'm saying, hey, look, there's going to be contracts. People are going to wake up. They're going to go and make voluntary contracts with private enterprises. These are going to be efficient, effective, dangerous defense agencies, which are going to emerge just through the demand and the necessity of needing them. They're going to be funded directly from the individual, knowing exactly what they're funding. They are going to be the ones, and you have an incentive to go to the best person who's going to most effectively make sure that you're protected. There's market incentives, right? There's so many different things. And this is all I'm saying. I'm saying that the state is generally who, well, I think most of the time, I think we can even make the argument that it's the state that that creates enemies country to country, because we feel that we could conquest, and we could come in, control, conquest. We become frustrated with what a country is doing. If that's decentralized and all
let me ask you a question. If you're so in favor of a stateless society, why do you defend and argue for Palestinian statehood?
I've never argued for Palestinian statehood. I've never argued that. What I argue is I try to figure out where the first aggression, that's why what you think I'm arguing. I've never articulated this, but in those back and forths, I'm trying to say, listen, where was a people who was the first mover of aggressor? Who was the aggressor? Who was the first disruptor of peace, right? And that we can go back to in a generally, relative time, that we have, like a grandpa or something that can explain to us what happened. That's all that I've been looking for.
Okay. So what we can go back to any snapshot in time. If you want to go back to May 14th of 1948, Israel has statehood, and then the very next day they're attacked. We can go through the entire timeline, but in every situation, they were the ones that was responding to aggression.
I disagree, and this is
I know you do, but you're not basing that on any facts.
Well, what I'm basing it off of is so far this is what I found. I found that once so the Ottoman Empire had control, right? 1917. So everyone in this area that would be known as Palestine that we're referring to, okay, this was Ottoman Empire control. So we had Sharia law, we had Ottoman land codes, and Ottoman Empire, whatever was under Ottoman Empire. 1917 to 1920, you have the British military take over. Martial law, World War I, right? Comes under World War I powers. Okay, so now that's how that area is controlled from 1917 to 1920. So at this point, now they're moving from moving slowly out of the World War I stage. Now we're talking about pre-mandate stage, and we're saying, all right, well, let's figure out what we're going to do with this area known as Palestine. And what I saw was that in that moment,
in 1917, what area do you think was referred to as Palestine?
The district of Jerusalem. So not all of these areas are known now, but it would have been Jerusalem, Nablus, Acre, Safad, Nazareth, Jaffa, and Gaza. All of that. Southern areas, Beersheba, and Hebron, that area. Okay, so does that make sense? Geographically, this is what we're talking about.
It makes no sense, but carry on.
Okay. Well, geographically, look up the British mandate for Palestine, right? Okay, so the 1922 League of Nations mandate will tell you what areas it was, what areas we're talking about. All right, they refer to it. Ask Herzl, he knows. He wrote a Jewish state in 1896. He wanted to fucking go and take over the barbarians, the barbaric people of Palestine, and move in. Okay, so maybe ask Herzl, the father of Zionism. Okay, so I don't know, but that's the area. So I hope it makes sense. So this is my issue. So now moving from 1917, right? To 1920, you have people of Palestine that live in Palestine. And when I say Palestine, I'm referring to the areas that I mentioned before, okay, that are saying, hey, look, we actually have representatives. We're organized. Can we be our own sovereign area? We don't want to be ruled by the British. We don't want to be ruled by the threat of the Jewish people coming in, because at that time, this has already all been talked about. The Balfour Declaration happened, and they're saying, no, we don't want the Jewish to come in. We don't want this to become a Jewish state. We want to reject the Balfour Declaration, because we're saying, listen, we have self-determination rights. We're here. We live here. We are people. We're not barbaric. We have our own systems. Leave us be.
Beamer,
right? We're not talking about simple immigration. Yeah.
Viva. I think Yoav might have a question.
Not really. This is revisionism of history. There were Jews living in the land that wanted self-determination too. What about them?
There was a very few Jews living in that land. I looked at the 1922 census.
So because they're a minority, they can't have self-determination. That's what you say.
No. That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that they would be included in what was that area. Okay, but that's not what was being argued. What's being argued is the people that were in that area, to my understanding, didn't have a problem as long as they weren't being threatened by the notion that the British were going to make that a Jewish state and give this to the Jews. Jewish state, they're going to be able to come in, bring their own culture, change the laws, and then everything, you're going to be subject under their laws.
No,
that was
there
the
was
idea.
The partition plan.
Hold on, we're talking about Balfour Declaration. What do you understand about the Balfour Declaration? This is 1917.
That the Jews want self-determination in their homeland, but under the international law, not under we want the whole land and kick the Arabs out. This was never mentioned.
Okay, so the Balfour Declaration, though, what does it say?
You want me to read the whole thing?
No, you could give a summation. Abridged version.
I don't have it in front of me. I can get it in front of me. I don't want to half-ass it.
You don't have to. You could give the abridged version. I trust you. Go ahead.
Not playing this
If you're
game.
gonna half-ass it, make sure the ass is round.
Go ahead, tell me, Bima.
So it basically, what I understand it to be, it is saying that the British is saying we are going to create, or they support a national home for the Jewish people, and that would be in Palestine. That's it. So saying, yes, let's allow the Jews to come in, and they can have the nation. They can have this area of Palestine.
The entire area?
Well, I mean, like, regions changed and stuff happened from 1920 or 1917, right? There's different, little Arab nations started. There was a whole bunch a lot of shit happened between them, but I'm talking about in 1917. Yeah. The area known as Palestine, the same area that Herzl says is Palestine, right? That he put it forward in a Jewish state.
Okay, but that's not what happened. You're saying that the entire area was was supposed to be Jewish, right? And that's not what happened historically. So your problem is with any declaration of a Jewish state, as I understand it, in that area. Or did I get you wrong?
Was that a question? I'm sorry.
Yeah, is your problem with any declaration of a Jewish state in that area?
Yeah. There should be no declaration of any state. There should just be the people that live there, and they should just all live peacefully. The Jews, the Christians, the Arabs.
But they didn't. The Arabs slaughtered the Jews.
Yeah, well, they were being threatened. They were being told that the Jews are going to come in and get rid of the barbaric people of Palestine, and they're going to come in and they're going to, take up the. Of course, I'd be fucking scared too. Of course, I'm going to fight.
So you're scared, so you slaughter women and children? That's your response?
Well, no. I mean, I don't know where that comes from. Where
1929, the Hebron massacre. Read about it.
Well, we could start before then. I don't think that was the first issue. Was
what was before that?
The first armed conflict was 1929. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't think it's. I think that there's something before 1929.
Well, it wasn't an armed conflict, it was a massacre, but there were fights between the Jews. That's why the partition plan is a good idea, because they didn't get along with each other.
I mean, who would get along with anybody? You're being told that your home is going to be created as a nation state for immigrants. I mean, that's an invasion. That's an invasion.
An invasion of what? There wasn't a state. It was a region called Syria Palestina.
There doesn't have to be an official state. It's just an invasion. Right? The indigenous people, because you could use that same argument, right? It's not an invasion because the indigenous people of the colonial America didn't they didn't have a state. So it is what it is. It's an invasion. You come in and you disrupt peaceful people living. They have a way of life.
It's an immigration back to their historic homeland. The Jews are the indigenous people of Israel.
Well, then they could immigrate there peacefully. They don't have any right. I think, isn't that the whole issue, that they didn't?
No. They drained the swamp in Tel Aviv. It was a swampland. And they built cities. They didn't go and say, we want your home. Give us your home to people. This is a revisionism of history.
No, I'm not saying that.
They bought land from the Arabs who were glad to sell them land. So what's the problem? If they didn't want to sell the land, nobody forced their hand.
Since we're done talking about anarchy, I would just like to thank Yoav, and I would like to thank Roger for beating the brakes off of her ass.
That sounds great. Yoav, thank you. I gotta go. I gotta take off. But thank you for the conversation. Bye, Roger.
Shalom Aleichem.
I'll catch you next time, Yoav. XG next.
Okay.
Yep, sounds good.
Oh yeah, I forgot about you too, Bobby. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
You like how she does this every time. She's like, we need to remove this tyrannical fucking bullshit government, and then we need to put in place my government.
No, the shit that scares me is that she'll say that shit, and then right afterwards say, it's not that different to what we have in place right now.
Because it's her revisionist fucking government. That's all it is. She's like making her own government in her own mind, and she's like, well, we need to implement this.
But there's one thing I will respect about her. The one thing I do respect heavily about her is the fact that she'll stand on her shit no matter what.
Oh, she's a full-blown
outrageous. I asked her the hypothetical question at one point about like skull fucking chihuahuas inside my house just because it's my private property and they're not human. Is there anything you could do to stop me from skull fucking a chihuahua in my house without violating the NAP? She's like, no, there's not. And then I'm just like, are you okay with that?
Next time you use that, ask her if you can skull fuck pit bulls, because she's like the biggest lover of pit bulls, and that's why Incan's like, dude, he's like
he's like further than pit bulls, bro. I mentioned the further stuff. I was like, okay, then what happens if you start coming into my house, trying to stop that? Is there anything stopping me from skull fucking you right after the dog? And then she was like, no. I'm just like, holy shit.
So no,
I'm like, I appreciate the logical consistency, but I'm also baffled by how willing you are to die on this hill.
Bubby, so Incan went off on her. I was like, Incan, how do you feel about pit bulls? And he's like, the only good pit bulls and dead pit bulls.
Amen.
Took a 12 gauge to the back of a fucking pit bull's head and just blast every one of them with a fucking double up on. And she started crashing out. And he's like, yo, Bima, he's like, so yeah, there's an organization here in the United States trying to eliminate, ban, and destroy every pit bull in the U.S. So he went on there and he donated $5. And
I would have donated too.
Dude, and then another guy, one of the other guys, like, yo, I just donated $1,000 right now. And he legit did. And what was fucking hysterical is she starts screaming and she's like, I'm gonna put you on a fucking slave plantation and make you, harvest fucking sugar cane, and I'm gonna lash you, and all this kind of shit, dude. She was like crashing the fuck out. It was the greatest thing on earth.
So
And she's an ally to black and brown people.
Advocating for the putting down of pit bulls equals immediate ticket to the slave plantation.
Yeah, because she says she uses the force doctrine argument. As long as you don't initiate force against me, then we don't have a problem.
Hold on. What the fuck are you guys talking about? You want to harm pit bulls?
Oh no, the guy Incan does.
Who?
Incan.
You can't just make up a name. What are you talking about?
He's from Ecuador or some shit like that. It's like
I'm not gonna lie. One of my home countries is bordering Ecuador. Ain't nobody that I know named fucking Inca.
Yeah.
No, hold on. The app here.
Hold on. So, you're saying that somebody was threatening pit bulls, and you're criticizing her response to defend them?
Oh no. He was saying that he agrees with the British in London, where they went and they outlawed pit bulls because they were a threat to the society and stuff. So they implemented rules that they went around and took people's dogs because it violated the law. And he said he agrees with it. Yeah.
That's fucking retarded. So why aren't you mocking him? Why are you mocking her?
Because her response was to put him on a slave plantation.
Yeah, he was just trolling her. He didn't give a shit about pit bulls. He was just fucking with her because she does this shit all the time where she comes up.
I'll say this. I genuinely I don't believe in the death penalty, but if I saw somebody kill a dog, like Michael Vick, I think should have had life in prison.
Well, he was arguing for the government's legislating laws against pit bulls. His grandmother was mauled almost to death by a pit bull, so he doesn't like pit bulls. But he told me
I don't give a fuck what he fucking listen. What I'm fucking hearing is you guys laughing and giggling because somebody had some position that was like because he didn't like fucking pit bulls, and somehow like Bima, who's no longer even here, is the bad guy. But there's no smoke for this guy that holds some position where he wants to abuse animals. Like honestly, like right now, the two of you are worse than Bima.
That's wait. You can say that and that's fine, but I'm sorry. Agreeing with a British law, and the response to that being, you should be put on a slave plantation. I've had my fair share.
I'm just saying, people that abuse animals should literally suffer the same penalty as if they abuse humans.
But I don't think they're talking about animal abusers there. They're just talking about pit bulls.
I don't give a shit. You guys are so display. Like, look, Bima says a lot of stupid shit, makes a lot of terrible arguments, but you guys are like going off on her. She's no longer even fucking here, and there's no smoke, no condemnation at all for a guy that's fucking talking shit about fucking, that's got these ridiculous positions about animals. Fuck that. I would feed that guy to the dogs.
Ooh, my.
Fuck him.
Which dogs specifically? Pit bulls?
Yeah, don't talk shit about animals in front of me, dude. Fuck you guys. You guys are fucking retards.
What about ants?
You're hilarious. Keep it going. Keep it going. You guys are so tough talking about the anarchist that's not here to defend herself, and you guys won't speak up to about animals. Like honestly, like this is some cowardly shit. Like this is the kind of shit that makes me think that you guys have never been in a fist fight in your fucking lives. You guys are talking like little faggot pussies.
Yeah, I'm cool. I just don't like pit bulls.
No, you guys are talking like faggot pussies.
I mean, I like dogs. I'm not a big fan of pit bulls. Once I started looking at the numbers and realized that it's like 95% of all deaths associated with dogs are pit bulls. So, I mean, I do think that the British government has a valid point in saying that you can't have those dogs and they want to outlaw.
Yeah, I would rather fucking outlaw people than outlaw these fucking dogs. Listen, the fucking dogs don't grow up fucking just violent. If you have a pit bull that's fucking attacking people, it's because of how it was trained. It's because of the owner. And if you guys are so stupid that you don't understand that, you guys really shouldn't talk about it.
So are pit bulls just like Nissan Altimas of dog breeds that always gravitate towards the worst possible fucking...
Yeah, you guys are fucking stupid, dude. I'll fucking... Look, we talk about a lot of things, but, like, you guys are fucking retards. I'm not even dealing with you guys. That's fucking... You guys are so fucking ignorant. I have no patience for fucking people with those stupid ass opinions. You guys literally sound like two guys that have never fucking been in a fist fight. It's fucking gross. Yeah, Rich, you're a real fucking tough guy. People that won't defend animals would never defend women, would never defend children. I don't trust people that don't fucking protect animals. I think it's fucking gay as fuck. Some weak ass shit. Some faggotry.
Wow.
also hungry. I'm about to eat me a hot dog. Talk to y'all later.
Hello. to another bar, and you told the bartender in broken Portuguese, I don't even speak Portuguese, broken Portuguese and English how to make this drink. It was...
Could you?
For real? Yeah, I could. It might have been the right decision. You know what they were doing in my kids' school? They were washing after every class. It's kind of amazing. And wiping down the desks after every class. And they were keeping distance. So, yeah, I mean, and I don't know if they would have...
Do you still know the death rate of children 0 to 19?
Oh, it's minuscule. Yeah, but the issue isn't that.
0.00003.
Yeah. The issue isn't the kids dying; it's them transmitting it to their grandparents. That's what you would worry about. You wouldn't worry about the kids. The kids would be fine.
Well, they should have pivoted then and not incarcerated everybody. It wasn't incarceration, but it